I am your president of law and order. Promises made, promises kept. Every day. A vote for Republicans is a vote for better schools, better jobs, safer families, and stronger communities for all Americans. We're going to defeat Sleepy Joe Biden. November 3rd is a big day. Get out, get the parents, get the friends, get the husband, get the wife, get everybody. 4 more years.
The First Lady, the Secretary of State, and 2 more of the president's children all will speak tonight on why they think President Trump deserves 4 more years in the White House. It's another big night in American politics, night 2 of the Republican National Convention. I'm Libby Casey, and you are watching a special report from the newsroom of The Washington Post. Tonight's theme is Land of Opportunity. With me to preview what's ahead are my colleagues, national correspondent Philip Bump, Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin, and national political reporter James Hohman. Welcome to you all. Rhonda, let's start with you. What is on the docket for tonight?
Well, the RNC is calling this theme tonight Land of Opportunity. We're going to hear a mixed bag of speakers. There's going to be about 20, the same amount as last night. At the top of the show, you're probably going to hear a lot about some standard and common Republican themes and agenda items. There's going to be a woman who's going to be speaking as an advocate for anti-abortion. There's also a mother who lost her son in a killing by undocumented immigrants. And then later on in the evening, there's going to be some of the bigger household names. As you mentioned there in the open, the 2 of Trump's children will be speaking tonight, Eric and Tiffany, and then Melania Trump will be closing out everything from the newly renovated Rose Garden at the White House. And then before that, there is one speaker who is being very scrutinized right now. That's Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State. Earlier this afternoon, Representative Castro, who is over a subcommittee in the House, said that they're going to investigate the role that the Secretary of State is playing in tonight's speaker lineup. They believe that it is a violation of the Hatch Act. He will be speaking from Jerusalem in a taped message that I looked at the rundown. It's only about 4 minutes, but it is really heavily scrutinized right now because it could be a violation of the Hatch Act. So that's sort of a world view of what we are going to see tonight.
Great, thanks so much, Rhonda. A worldview indeed. James Hohman, let's talk about some of the controversial questions, dig into this a little deeper surrounding Secretary Pompeo's speech.
Yeah, he's delivering it from Jerusalem, which is obviously where President Trump moved the embassy from Tel Aviv, which was something that presidents of both parties have been promising for decades. Trump did it. There was relatively minor fallout compared to what was predicted, but it was one of those kind of promises made, promises kept, as Republicans have been trying to put it this week. But what I'm watching Pompeo for, Libby, is kind of the 2024 auditions. Mike Pompeo decided not to run this year for Senate in Kansas because he has his eye on the presidency in the White House. Last night we heard from 3 different people who may run for president in 2024, including Donald Trump Jr., Nikki Haley, and Tim Scott. Tomorrow we'll hear from Vice President Pence. And we're also hearing from some lesser known candidates. But Pompeo is someone who has a lot of relationships on the right, was a former congressman and CIA director before coming to the State Department. Now, as Rhonda notes, it's potentially against federal law, but it's also certainly against norms. This is something that just has never happened before. A sitting Secretary of State has never spoken to a political convention of either party. Hillary Clinton, when Barack Obama was running for re-election in 2012, was on a foreign trip. So was Condoleezza Rice in 2008, and Madeleine Albright in 2000. And so this is a break with tradition, and it sort of is reflective in a lot of ways of how this whole week is pushing norms, and this whole presidency has pushed boundary after boundary.
Great point, James. Since we're talking about foreign policy, let's hear a clip from the former U.S. ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley. She took some time in her convention speech last night to outline what she thought were the major differences in foreign policy between President Trump and his opponent, Joe Biden.
Obama and Biden let North Korea threaten America. President Trump rejected that weakness, and we passed the toughest sanctions on North Korea in history. Obama and Biden let Iran get away with murder and literally sent them a plane full of cash. President Trump did the right thing and ripped up the Iran nuclear deal. Obama and Biden led the United Nations to denounce our friend and ally, Israel. President Trump moved our embassy to Jerusalem, and when the UN tried to condemn us, I was proud to cast the American veto. This president has a record of strength and success. The former vice president has a record of weakness and failure. Joe Biden is good for Iran and ISIS, great for communist China, and he's a godsend to everyone who wants America to apologize, abstain, and abandon our values. Donald Trump takes a different approach. He's tough on China, and he took on ISIS and won. And he tells the world what it needs to hear.
Nikki Haley giving her speech last night. Let's go back to James. James, this sort of perfectly encapsulated what you were talking about this opportunity to audition. Nikki Haley trying to walk a line between showing who she is and also staying very loyal to President Trump. I want you to do some fact checking for us on her laundry list of accomplishments.
So our fact checker team, which has been working overtime, was up late last night. They identified 19 sort of really dubious statements from the first night of programming. 3 of the 19 were from the clip we just heard. It sounded good, it sounded punchy, but she left a lot out. On North Korea, she left out that whole period where at the beginning, absolutely, the president spoke out very hard on North Korea, but then he sort of cozied up to Kim Jong-un, went and met with him, walked onto North Korean soil, and sort of looked the other way as Kim tested ballistic missiles, saying, well, he doesn't really want to be doing it. And as Kim has been more and more provocative, the president has sort of looked away because he wanted the win. He set up that summit in Singapore without really achieving anything. The language in that agreement, according to our fact checker team, was less stringent than what had already been in effect. Now on Iran, the claim about giving Iran a plane full of cash, the Obama administration did send a plane full of cash. They insisted it had nothing to do with the Iranian nuclear deal or the release of 4 hostages that same day. One of those 4 hostages was our colleague Jason Razian. And the truth of the matter on that is that the Shah of Iran, who was friendly to the United States, had paid $400 million when you adjust for inflation to buy weapons from the United States back in the late 1970s. Then he was overthrown and the Islamist regime took over. So the U.S. never gave the weapons that we got the cash for. And so that was something that was settled in kind of criminal court. The Hague was very likely, legal experts agree, to award Iran even more in damages if the United States didn't give that cash back that the Iranians were owed in a legal court of law. That doesn't make for a clean, good soundbite, but those are the facts.
James Hohmann, thank you so much for explaining all that. I'm so impressed in how you keep all of this history in your head. Let's go to Philip Bump to weigh in here. Philip, you covered last night. What are you listening for tonight? What themes do you expect to hear more of?
I think the main theme that I expect to hear more of is just how dark the world under President Joe Biden would be. That's one thing that we came across a lot last night. A lot of the speakers presented this worldview that was very, very pessimistic in terms of what was predicted should Joe Biden win the presidency. We'd been promised this very optimistic convention, so that was, while not generally surprising, since it adhered to what we sort of expect to hear from President Trump, certainly was a break from what had been promised. I will also be looking to see the extent to which there are these direct appeals to the base. We saw a lot of the speakers last night were making very direct appeals encourage President Trump's base of the necessity to come out and vote for him, including a lot of that pessimism about Joe Biden. So, the lineup for tonight, we expect to see more of that than I think, sort of a standard part of the convention, but they're really, really punching that very hard.
Let's go now to Hannah Jewell. She's at Black Lives Matter Plaza here in Washington. Hannah, let's keep going with what stood out to you last night.
Hi, Libby. So yeah, I'm here sheltering from the rain and thunder in Black Lives Matter Plaza near the White House. If you see any flashes behind me, it's lightning. It's not the paparazzi who spotted me here. But in any case, thinking back to last night, it has to be for me Mark and Patricia McCluskey, the St. Louis couple who gave this just fascinating speech, this pre-taped recorded speech in a beautiful mahogany living room, who are famous because they were charged for unlawful use of a weapon. Flourishing is the official legal term of what they've been charged with. Basically, it means they brandished their personal weapons at Black Lives Matter protesters who were entering their street earlier this summer. And as a result of this, they become sort of symbolic for Second Amendment rights supporters, and as well as we sort of saw them being used as also symbolic of these like white suburban fearful voters that Donald Trump is certainly trying to signal to, dog whistle to, sometimes more subtly than others. Let's take a look back at their tape.
They're not satisfied with spreading the chaos and violence into our communities. They want to abolish the suburbs altogether by ending single-family home zoning. This forced rezoning would bring crime, lawlessness, and low-quality apartments into now thriving suburban neighborhoods. President Trump smartly ended this government overreach, but Joe Biden wants to bring it back. These are the policies that are coming to a neighborhood near you. So make no mistake, no matter where you live, your family will not be safe in the radical Democrats' America.
So this is really terrifying stuff, right? But as I heard James mentioning earlier, our fact checker did a big piece on all of the false and misleading claims of the previous night, and the McCluskeys got one of them. Joe Biden is not trying to abolish the suburbs, as Donald Trump has said repeatedly this summer. The law that Patricia McCluskey was referring to just then is an Obama-era rule that was something that was seeking to desegregate and lessen discrimination in housing policy more generally. But yeah, Joe Biden is not trying to abolish the suburbs, but I am sure we will hear this again. They are being used. This speech is so perfectly summed up this, as I said before, a dog whistle to white suburban voters who fear chaos, protests, the depreciation of their properties, all of these things. And it's worth noting that Trump is not the first Republican candidate for president to make an argument along these lines. This has been with Americans since the suburbs first existed. You know, McGovern made this line, Nixon, Reagan certainly, but perhaps not as explicitly as Donald Trump is trying to make that argument right now. And I'm sure we will hear a lot more from the McCluskeys, but I don't think anyone's going to sum up that fear better than the McCluskeys throughout this convention. Back to you, Libby.
Hannah and Jewel at Black Lives Matter Plaza. Hannah, stay dry and stay safe out there. Let's go to Philip Bump. Philip, before the convention even began, you predicted that we'd be hearing a lot about crime this week. That's despite pledges by Republicans and President Trump that this would be an optimistic convention.
So one of the things that we've seen, we've heard this basically since the George Floyd protests began in late May, we've seen President Trump and his team really start to focus on crime as an issue. Fox News, his allies at Fox News have repeatedly run scenes from late May and early June, up until the last few weeks, just repeating this story that in Democratic run cities that there are all these outbreaks of crime and violence, and really trying to punch this issue. And the reason why, quite obviously, is that polling that was conducted by the Washington Post and ABC News shows that this is an area in which Donald Trump actually has an advantage over Biden to some extent, that people think that if Biden were president right now, things would probably be a little worse than they actually are. So this message actually works for him. But then what you hear things like the McCluskeys, who just had these, Hannah very tactfully describes what it is that they'd said, but really undersold the point that it just really is nonsense. It is a presentation of what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are trying to do, which is just miles from accurate, but is really designed to make people scared. And we saw Donald Trump run on fear in 2016. We saw him run on fear in 2018. We're seeing him run on fear now. And that is why crime, is something that you're going to hear about over and over and over again, because it reinforces that message as well.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin. Rhonda, President Trump made some appearances last night in tape segments, and that was a very different tone than the fear we just heard Philip and Hannah talking about. What stood out to you in those tape segments?
In those segments, it appears that Republicans in the Trump campaign want to portray him in a more compassionate tone. We saw him with a few first responders who met him at the White House, and he was really listening, and it definitely was a different Trump. So it would suggest that they were taking notes last week when each day of the DNC there were segments dealing with Biden's history with Amtrak workers who he would strike up conversations with, and how he cared for, young kids who have stuttering issues. It looks like Republicans are taking notes and seeing that character is going to be an issue for them in this election, and certainly in the climate we're in. So I want to play a few clips. Here's one of Trump meeting with people at the White House. His tone and demeanor are very different from what we usually see. And then there's also a character witness, a former football player who talks about some softer moments that he's seen from President Trump. Let's take a listen.
So tell me a little about your stories. How about we'll start with you?
I'm a postal worker, delivered to the senior community during COVID-19.
Good. And we're taking good care of our postal workers.
Absolutely.
That I can tell you. Believe me, we're not getting rid of our postal workers, They'd like to sort of put that out there. If anyone does, it's the Democrats, not the Republicans. I want to thank you very much, and thank everybody in that whole beautiful post office system. We appreciate it. Thank you. How about you?
I'm a trucker.
Good.
Own a small business in Ohio.
Great.
Hauling steel mostly. Some of our customers actually made hospital beds with some of the material.
That's fantastic. Well, congratulations. I love the truckers. They're on my side.
One time, I planned to take his kids to Disney World with my family. At the last minute, Donald said he'd like to join us. So Dave was in a business suit on It's a Small World ride. That was something to see. It just shows you what a caring, loving father he is. It hurt my soul to hear the terrible names that people call Donald. The worst one is racist.
So in that block following the former NFL player, Jim Jordan, a representative on the Hill who is a very, very big advocate for the president, he even had a moment where he said he's seen this softer side of Trump. So this was included in this first night of the RNC, and I think that was definitely purposeful. I think the Republicans are aware that character is going to be an issue, that voters are watching that now, and certainly with coronavirus, they need to figure out ways to match Joe Biden on the compassion front. Remains to be seen if this will work, but that certainly stood out to me last night.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. James, let's pick up on the points that Rhonda was making. The Trump team was trying to show President Trump as a listener, as compassionate, but he was also doing a lot of the talking, right? Which is sort of President Trump's way. So even as he's listening, he's giving his feedback constantly. Let's do a quick fact check. Democrats trying to get rid of the Postal Service?
No, they aren't. Yeah, they aren't. And it's interesting because Republican internal polls, I'm told, show that this is a big problem for especially kind of Senate incumbents who are up for re-election in rural states like Montana and Maine. And so there has been this effort by Republicans. You saw last week the new Postmaster General of Trump megadonor, Louis DeJoy, announcing that he will not implement a lot of the changes he had talked about before the election that would slow down ballots. It's unclear whether he'll actually follow through on that or to what extent that's true, but it's a reflection of the recognition among Republican strategists and what we saw from the president that the post office is actually a more beloved institution than a lot of people realized. And there's a lot of frustration, especially among seniors, a critical demographic for the president, about delays in getting their prescriptions delivered. So the president threatening to defund the post office to prevent mail-in voting, but not fully understanding that most people don't use the mail just to get ballots; they use it to get everything else. And so that was, I think that was where he was trying to go with that.
And James, as Rhonda reminded us last night, the story about what's happening with the Postal Service is dominating a lot of headlines, that paired with coronavirus. The RNC has to compete for airtime this week. I wanted to mention one other thing. Herschel Walker, the retired football player, was praising President Trump for spending time with his own children. I actually didn't catch that last night. I thought he was spending time with Herschel Walker's family exclusively, but he was just going to an amusement park with his own kids.
Well, there's a funny Chris Rock skit about that, where he said, he's making fun of people who say, "I take care of my kids." He said, "Of course you have to take care of your kids," and that was sort of what that speech reminded me of. And it's also classic Trump. I have no doubt that he showed up at Disney World wearing a full suit and tie.
All right, James Hohmann. Well, let's turn now to our colleague Joyce Koh. She's live outside the White House, where the First Lady, Melania Trump, will be delivering her remarks later tonight. Now, Joyce, we're waiting to see what the weather will do, but regardless, Melania Trump will make that speech. What can we expect?
Well, First Lady Melania Trump will be the final speaker tonight, and as you said, there is a storm passing over Washington right now. We just saw a lot of rain. We're seeing some lightning right now, so we'll be waiting to see if she does, in fact, give that speech. It was slated to be at the Rose Garden, the newly renovated Rose Garden that was just unveiled this week. Ahead of that speech, the White House says the president, the vice president, and the second lady will be in attendance watching that speech. So we'll see where that actually ends up taking place. Now, this is the first primetime national speech Melania Trump has given since probably 2016, when she gave a pretty controversial speech at the Republican National Convention. Critics calling her out for plagiarizing Michelle Obama's 2008 Democratic Convention speech, saying that she lifted passages of Obama's speech and used it in hers. So we'll be seeing, what she says tonight. A moment there after the speech that she gave that was really interesting to people is that she kind of disappeared out of the spotlight. She didn't, continue to campaign for her husband after that, and she said that she was taking care of her family, that she was looking after their kid Barron, but has largely remained out of the national spotlight, aside from during the holidays when we see her unveiling the White House around Christmas time and anytime there's a new initiative with her Be Best campaign. Tonight, what we'll be watching for is we know that she'll be talking about her husband's agenda. She'll also be mentioning parts of her past, her story, coming to America story. But I think one thing that I'll be watching for is to see if she carries the theme that we saw yesterday of people that are close to the president really painting him as a softer figure, someone who is empathetic. So I'm interested to see if she, gives any anecdotes herself of maybe President Trump's role as a father, or any other moments that speak to President Trump as a human. And we'll see if whether or not she uses this speech tonight as a stepping stone going forward into the rest of President Trump's campaign in 2020. Libby?
Great. Joyce Koh, live outside the White House. Thanks so much, Joyce. Well, you're watching a special report from the Washington Post. Coming up, Karen Tumulty joins us with her analysis. Stick with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
You're watching live coverage of the Republican National Convention. I'm Libby Casey, joining you tonight from the Washington Post newsroom. Still to come, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and First Lady Melania Trump. It's their big night tonight. Let's check in with Philip Bump. Philip, we just heard Joyce Koh talking with us about Melania's speech, the First Lady's moment. What will you be listening for? I mean, what's significant as we listen to the First Lady talk about her husband and what he's done and what he hopes to do?
Well, one of the things that's sort of fascinating about this convention that also occurred in 2016 is that normally you'll have these speeches from family members that are sort of setting up the actual candidate themselves, right? So we saw, for example, last week at the Democratic Convention, we saw Hunter Biden and we saw Joe Biden's daughter do the intro to his actual speech. We did see the First Lady speak then as well. But this week we're getting all of the Trump children, we're getting Melania Trump, and not just doing these sort of introductory speeches, but actually having speeches, giving political speeches, which is definitely unusual. In 2016, it was in part simply because he was so far outside of the establishment that they were scrambling to find people to actually give all of these speeches. This time, it's a little strange. I mean, of course, Donald Trump Jr. and Melania Trump are going to say nice things about the president, right? I mean, my kid's 3, but you ask him to talk about his dad, and presumably he's going to say generally decent things, right? So that alone, I think, is a little strange. And I'm not really sure who the audience here is. It certainly is the case that the base, Donald Trump's base, will probably be enthusiastic here from Melania Trump. She is well regarded. She certainly is better regarded than the president, which isn't a super high bar to have to pass. But I'm not really sure what the goal is to some extent. But I guess we'll see. I mean, if nothing else, we can expect to be surprised by what happens. happens tonight.
You know, I think Joyce made a great point, Philip, about the goal of humanizing, right? The goal of humanizing the commander-in-chief. When we look at the polls and President Trump, you know, relatability, empathy is not what his electorate is rating him high on, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. But I mean, again, this is his wife, right? I mean, so yes, I mean, it is certainly the case that she could potentially tell some stories that we haven't heard before from his time before he was the president. I'm not sure what she could say that has happened over the past 4 years that really humanizes him, right? I mean, it's just, I'm not sure what that would look like and why this wouldn't have come out before now. So yes, it certainly is the case that may be one of their goals. It's just a very, very hard task. In part because, I mean, yes, we saw those clips yesterday, those very apprentice-y clips of Donald Trump speaking with those people that had come into the White House. But that's just not who Donald Trump is. I mean, Ronna McDaniel, the GOP chairwoman yesterday, was very pointed in saying, yeah, look, we know that this guy's a little brash sometimes. And those weren't her exact words. That was the general gist of what she was saying. And that is absolutely the Donald Trump that we know. It's the Donald Trump that Donald Trump presents. So yes, it is very likely the case that they're going to try and present a side of Donald Trump that's different than what we expect. It's just, Donald Trump spends hours every day on Twitter giving us a different image of who he actually is.
Philip Bump. Let's go to James Hohmann. James, we also see more Trump children making their speeches tonight. You know, you mentioned that, as we heard from Donald Trump Jr. yesterday, it was in many ways an audition, keeping him on the radar. He's very popular at campaign events, especially in those battleground states, especially in red rural areas. What is the role of the other Trump children? And remind us who we're seeing tonight and who we're going to see later in the week, reserved for sort of the big grand moment.
Yes. So the big Eric Trump. So I guess you're absolutely right, Libby. Don Jr. loves to hunt. He actually is very good with red state audiences. He kind of can talk the base talk in a way that Ivanka Trump, his sister, just cannot. Struggles to do. Has never really. You know, she's shifted to be more kind of Trumpian. In the kind of Republican red meat sense over the last 3.5 years, but still not like her brother. So Ivanka is giving the big introduction of her father in prime time on Thursday night on the South Lawn of the White House before the president's speech, which is going to end with fireworks. And, that's going to be the kind of the climax of the week. Tonight, we're going to hear from Eric Trump. The reason he's significant is he technically runs the Trump organization day to day. He's in charge of the family business. Now, Trump didn't divest himself. He is clearly still involved. The president is still making a lot of decisions. But Eric Trump is fighting various fronts of litigation. The New York Attorney General, in a filing that came out yesterday, has been subpoenaing documents, trying to subpoena Eric Trump. He's refusing to comply. She's investigating whether they artificially inflated the prices of various real estate to get loans. And so he's controversial in his own way. And then we're going to also hear from Tiffany Trump, the president's youngest daughter, who has not spoken publicly at all since her speech in 2016. She graduated from Georgetown Law School earlier this year. She has kept a very, very low profile. She's the daughter from the president's second marriage. She's less close with her father. And then we're also going to, we'll kind of see the family members pop up in and out this week. We're not expecting to see the president's youngest son, who lives in the White House, Barron Trump, who's in middle school.
All right, James, sounds great. Well, let's return to Hannah Jewell. Hannah, last night we heard a lot of references to cancel culture. So let's talk about why that is a significant talking point this week.
So the cancel culture talk kept, many speakers from all walks all throughout the night kept bringing up this term cancel culture. And we kind of had this divide between the culture war speakers and the kind of regular politician speeches, right? And the culture war speeches were certainly the ones that brought up this term, which I cannot stress this enough, doesn't really mean anything. Or perhaps you could say its meaning is in the ear of the beholder. Cancel culture is the idea that particularly young people nowadays are very eager and oversensitive and ready to shut down from a position of great cultural power people who are actually in positions of real power in government and media or so on. Basically, what it comes down to is the idea that what the real motivation, I'll say, is that people nowadays have so much more access to regular people. Young people have Twitter and they have other social media platforms, and people in elite figures in media, politics, art, wherever, can hear from critics more often and will often describe this experience as being canceled. And so what you have is this strange dichotomy where people who are not very powerful are made out to be very powerful, you know, the weaponizers of cancel culture, whereas you have people like Donald Trump Jr. wrote a whole book called Triggered about this phenomenon, among other things. I heard someone mention earlier that he's a great hunter. That whole book is about him making himself out to be this powerful masculine figure, right? But is also about the terror of the horde and the mob at the gates. We've heard about a lot of the mob, and that's basically millennials, younger, leftists who are apparently very terrifying if you are listening so far to this. So you have those speakers like that. We're going to hear both. And even for those who hear the term cancel culture and don't necessarily know what it means, can kind of get that feeling like, yeah, I've been at Thanksgiving and my little millennial niece said that I was racist for saying something. That was me getting canceled. It doesn't really mean that you have been eradicated from public life. You could say that no one is more politically incorrect, for example, than the president, Donald Trump. But it's a way that you can sort of ensconce your base in a feeling of victimization based on this idea of the elites on the coasts and the cosmopolitans. So we're going to hear a lot more about that, I'm sure, for the rest of the week. Back to you, Libby.
All right, Hannah Jewell live at Black Lives Matter Plaza here in Washington. Well, with me tonight, national correspondent Philip Bump, columnist Karen Tumulty. We've also got Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter, and James Hohman, national political reporter. Philip, before we let you go, you know, I was reading a lot of speculation today about why talk about cancel culture. It is something that's sort of more of an intellectual conversation, but it's something that Fox News talks about a lot, right? This is something that has reached, even if sort of one's parents don't really know what it is, that buzz phrase has reached a lot of people, and it certainly is an evocative phrase, right? It says a lot. Cancel culture, 2 words, we all know what those mean.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, you really hit on an important point there when you say that this is something that has been on Fox News a lot. A lot of the rhetoric that we're seeing, over the course of Trump's presidency, but a lot of the rhetoric we're seeing over the course of this convention so far is also driven by the narratives that play on Fox News. This whole idea that crime is rampant in democratic cities. All of these things are things that actually play on Fox News regularly. I made a point earlier today that if Fox News weren't showing the convention, it wouldn't matter because they're making the same arguments that they make on Fox News every night anyway. So your point is absolutely accurate. That this is a way of talking about opposition to President Trump in a way that really casts people who are not supporters of President Trump in a big group of people who just can't deal with reality. Hannah's exactly right. That the idea here is to try and present this group of people who simply are erratic and irrational and can't handle reality and want to tear down statues of George Washington and all these things, which are just not true. I mean, there certainly are some people who don't like George Washington, like take down statues of George Washington, but that's not really what this is all about. But it presents an other. It presents a way for Donald Trump to continually be the victim. One of the conversations I had with a Trump supporter that really resonated with me the most was I was in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania last year, year before, I don't remember. And the point that was made to me as a member of the media was that when the media is honest about what Donald Trump is doing in a negative way, Donald Trump is able to successfully pivot that to being him under attack. And when he's under attack, his supporters, most of them, many of them, feel as though that they're all being attacked, that they're all part of this same group. Cancel culture is a way of very broadly capturing the same sense that all of them and all of their values and everything they stand for and President Trump are all under attack by these people who don't even know what they're talking about. And so it's both a vagueness and a specificity of who's under attack that allows them to cover a lot of ground and really capture a lot of what drives Donald Trump's support.
All right, Philip Bump, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Let's go now to Karen Tumulty. Karen, thanks for joining us. Let's talk about what you'll be listening for tonight in light of what you heard last night and what you think the Republicans are planning.
Last night almost felt like 2 different conventions going on at the same time. You know, there was the sort of Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, message, which I think was a pretty mainstream Republican message that really did feel as though they were kind of trying to reach out and bring new people into the fold. And then there was the rest of it, and including, you know, where the president was featured, a lot of resentment, grievance, you know, conspiracy theories. And I do wonder how they're going to, or if they're going to be able to sort this out, because, you know, within this convention, it just feels like there's a real tension.
All right, Karen, you know, we were talking just a moment ago about the various sort of themes, the various representatives of the themes. Let's talk about Kimberly Guilfoyle, Trump campaign official, former Fox News host, also girlfriend of Donald Trump Jr. Now, she presented one of the most emphatic and also sort of fear-invoking arguments for the president's reelection last night. Let's take a look at it.
President Trump is the leader who will rebuild the promise of America and ensure that every citizen can realize their American dream. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and fighters for freedom and liberty and the American dream, the best is yet to come.
Let's go to Karen Tumulty, illustrating one type of convention, one type of night that you're talking about.
That was mystifying too. I was wondering if they told her that she's supposed to pretend she's speaking to a gigantic convention hall, you know, the way they're doing baseball games now, where you get the crowd noise in the background and there isn't any crowd there. I just couldn't figure out what that was supposed to be. You know, it was essentially a woman yelling at an empty room.
Let's go to James Hohmann. You know, James, I want to get you to weigh in on this, sort of the ideas behind why you would do this. I will point out she was trending on Twitter. She was getting a lot of attention, and that is something that Donald Trump loves.
Olivia, I loved your use of the word emphatic there. You know, that's the right word for it. And it is what, you know, she wants to break through. She knows how to break through. She's someone who spent many years as a television analyst and as a host on Fox. She knows how to modulate her voice for an empty room. But this is an effort to kind of break through, to define the stakes of the election. She wants to be more out front on the campaign's behalf, and she, more than anyone else, didn't just make an emphatic case for Trump. She kind of, I mean, she painted the most dire picture. She used words like, you know, the left wants to enslave you, and then she described President Trump as a liberator and an emancipator. So, you know, I think that was all kind of an effort to just kind of the apocalyptic hellscape they were trying to paint throughout the whole evening.
Rhonda Colvin, let's go to you for more about the apocalyptic hellscape. Donald Trump Jr. was also using language that was fear-invoking.
That's true, and it's important to point out that when Kimberly Guilfoyle and Donald Trump Jr. have been on the road for President Trump, they often are received very well by the base. And so I don't think the base may have been as uncomfortable as some who viewed that clip, when it does seem, as Karen said, a woman yelling to an empty room. That's that type of showmanship that Trump likes, and his base is attracted to it as well. And his son also continued on in the later parts of yesterday evening in that narrative of fear politics, that if you don't elect Donald Trump, then, you know, the world will come to an end under Biden. So he certainly wasn't as, to use your word again, emphatic as Kimberly Guilfoyle, but he again was right on message with what Trump wants to tell his base.
Now let's go to my colleague Nicole Ellis, who joins us. Nicole, I know you've been working the phones, reporting all day. What speech keeps coming up in your conversations?
A speech that is constantly being discussed and is fodder for so many conversations is Nikki Haley's speech. And I actually think she's somebody worth paying attention to and looking at a little bit closer, because so many people are talking about the contradictions in what she had to say, particularly around race, identity, and how she leveraged her own identity as a woman of color when talking about race in America. Now, when you think about it, she has had a very dynamic career as a politician thus far, as the governor of South Carolina and on to the U.S. ambassador to the UN. And when you think about where she's going moving forward, there is reason to think through that through the lens of there's reason to think about how she articulates herself and how she's carrying space in her speeches in order to project herself into the future and thread that needle of how she wants to be seen by the public. But let's take a look at an example of how she talks about race and some of the contradictions and think through the perspective of where she hopes to be in the future.
In much of the Democratic Party, it's now fashionable to say that America is racist. That is a lie. America is not a racist country. This is personal for me. I am the proud daughter of Indian immigrants. They came to America and settled in a small southern town. My father wore a turban. My mother wore a sari. I was a brown girl in a black and white world. We faced discrimination and hardship, and the people of South Carolina chose me as their first minority and first female governor. America is a story that's a work in progress. Now is the time to build on that progress and make America even freer, fairer, and better for everyone.
So you can kind of see, on the one hand, she's proclaiming that America is not racist, but also provides examples of racism that her own family has experienced and says that America is a work in progress, where we're still working on a freer, more equitable society. Now, taking a step back and thinking about her career as a politician, you can kind of see how she's trying to navigate and thread that needle of not wanting to alienate really anyone in her speech and wanting to connect with people on multiple levels. And when you think about how she decided to use the language of saying America is not racist, it's kind of a nod to the things that Hannah Jewell and James Hohmann were talking about in terms of cancel culture. No one wants to hear that they're racist, but you know, Haley's also trying to make space for the acknowledgement that there are racial issues in America. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of her in the future, potentially as a candidate in the next 4 years or beyond. So it'll be interesting to see how her role continues to play out and continues to be a part of the conversation within the convention and the party over the next week and the next few years. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. We'll be keeping an eye out for that, Libby.
Thanks so much, Nicole Ellis, and thanks for pivoting so quickly. I know you were out in the rain and you got back here to the Bureau to do your hit, so really appreciate that. Thank you. You know, Nicole Ellis saying that we'll be keeping an eye on her. Absolutely, Karen Tumulty. I mean, we are all watching Nikki Haley. We were wondering if she might even replace Mike Pence as a VP pick by President Trump. So I'd love to get your read on how politicians like Nikki Haley, like Tim Scott, were trying to sort of walk a fine line tonight and accomplish a lot of goals at once.
Well, I mean, don't forget, her state, his state, was the scene of a racial massacre not too many years ago, and in a church in Charleston. And it was interesting that she didn't deal with what was probably her most heroic act as governor after that, after the Mother Emanuel church shooting, which was to pull down the Confederate flag on the state capitol grounds, to call for it to come down. I just think that, you know, in this environment where she is trying to appeal to Trump's base, that's the way she's got to frame it. Oh, we aren't a racist country. But I do wonder if she were a candidate on her own in 4 years, if this is truly the message she wants to send.
Well, coming up, we'll hear from the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, as she takes center stage. Stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. Night 2 of the Republican National Convention will get underway at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Tonight's theme, Land of Opportunity. With me tonight, columnist Karen Tumulty, Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin, and James Hohmann, national political reporter. Rhonda, you know, we've been talking a lot about race tonight, and it is fascinating to compare what the RNC is doing to what the Democrats did last week at their convention, where we did see such diversity on display. Republicans are trying to show that they, too, want to have a diverse tent.
That's true. And, you know, the themes we heard from the DNC is that the Democrats are the party of inclusion. And then with the RNC, they're saying we are the party of progress. As Nikki Haley said in her speech, Tim Scott said it as well, that he was the son of someone who picked cotton and now he's in Congress. So America has work to do, but he's seen as someone who illustrates the progress the Republican Party has made. But, you know, when you think about all the work that they seemed to do yesterday with trying to wink at diversity and nod and tell Americans that they're diverse too, it's interesting because some may think that it's a futile effort for Republicans to try to get the black vote right now. Right now, Joe Biden is enjoying a very high margin of black support, more so than Hillary did at this point in 2016. So there are really efforts to get the black vote overall for the Republicans is an uphill battle, and it was before Trump as well. But what they may be doing is trying to attract black voters and siphon off some black support in places like Ohio, in places like Georgia, these tight races that are there in battleground states where they can possibly take a few black voters to make their overall margin be successful in those states on election day. I think it's more about that instead of trying to really engage and be diverse.
Rhonda, let's take that point that you're making and go to James. James, a goal of Republicans can be to woo some voters of color. It can also be to discourage them and get them to stay home and be frustrated. So when there are attacks against Joe Biden, part of that can be saying, you know, don't bother, this is all kind of a big mess, and essentially trying to discourage people from going out and actively supporting Joe Biden. I also wonder, though, about this message that Rhonda was highlighting of we're not racist, right? President Trump is not racist. I'd like for you to talk more about who that message also appeals to, because it can make people feel more comfortable if they feel like they're not being called out.
Absolutely. Everything you just said, Rhonda's absolutely right, too. And that is, you know, the president is hypersensitive, and understandably, to being called a racist. And so are his supporters. And it's one of the reasons, you know, they're always eager to showcase African-American voices and validators who are saying otherwise. But it also, you know, it's an incredibly important point that, you know, Rhonda's right that Biden is actually doing better than Hillary Clinton was at this point with African-American voters in 2016. And part of that is because the Trump campaign ran a very effective ad campaign aimed at essentially suppressing black turnout by highlighting comments that Hillary Clinton had made in the 90s about crime and super predators. And last night we saw kind of the contradiction in the Trump campaign's messaging. Literally back to back, you had speakers who were saying Joe Biden was the architect of mass incarceration and he has locked all these people up. And he's hurting the African-American community. And then in the very next speech, you would have a speaker saying Joe Biden wants to defund the police and let people out of jail. And what we're actually seeing is that that's playing out in media markets around the country. In the very same media market, they're literally, the Trump campaign, running ads on channels that appeal to mostly white audiences, saying Biden wants to defund the police, and on shows that appeal mostly to African-American audiences, saying Biden supports mass incarceration and locking people up for low-level drug offenses. And so that normally they kind of are able to get away with that under the radar. We're seeing that tension play out because everyone is talking on the same stage in this case.
Wow. Well, among the speakers tonight is Daniel Cameron, the Attorney General of Kentucky. Joyce Koh joins us now with details on Cameron's background and his ties to President Trump. Joyce?
Well, Libby, Daniel Cameron is the first African-American elected to statewide office in the state of Kentucky. When he ran for his seat back in 2019, he ran largely as a Trump backing Republican, and he ran in favor of a lot of the policies that President Trump supported, namely building the border wall and being tough on crime. Now, he rose to national prominence within the last several months here following the Breonna Taylor case, the case where Breonna Taylor, an EMT in Louisville, Kentucky, was shot and killed in her home when police were executing a no-knock warrant. protesters and activists have asked the Attorney General, Daniel Cameron, to respond to this by arresting the police officers involved in the case. You remember a couple months ago when 87 protesters in Louisville were arrested and charged with felonies. That was on Daniel Cameron's lawn. So he's certainly someone whose name people recognize now. Back when he ran in 2019, President Trump endorsed Cameron, calling him a new star of the party. And one interesting thing about Cameron's background is that he is very closely tied to Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. Cameron worked as a lawyer for Mitch McConnell, and he also worked closely to confirm conservative judges to the federal bench, namely Neil Gorsuch, who President Trump ended up nominating back in 2017 to the Supreme Court. So Daniel Cameron is someone who is tied closely to very powerful political leaders here in Washington, and it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say in terms of his support for President Trump tonight. Now, on the Breonna Taylor case, the latest from Cameron's office is that while there was some speculation this week that his office could make an announcement in that case, he sent out a tweet earlier this week saying that that was not the case, that there is still an ongoing investigation, not only from his office, but also the FBI, and he will be making an announcement, but not anytime soon. Libby?
All right, thank you, Joyce Koh. Let's go back now to my colleague, Nicole Ellis. Nicole, one of the running themes we've heard about is the promise of education and the pride of identity. What has stood out to you on that front?
Libby, we should really be paying attention to how much HBCUs are talked about, and particularly within the context of how much they were talked about last night. We heard a lot about HBCU alumni and how Trump has helped HBCUs. And in many ways, it's both a reflection of the campaign's desire to get more black voters, to reach more black voters, but it's also a reflection of the fact that they were paying attention to last week's convention and how Kamala Harris, as an alumni of Howard University, a historically black college and university, really resonated. And you can kind of see them piggybacking on that and leveraging connections to HBCUs in order to better place the president within the lens and context of how he supports black people and education at historically black colleges. So let's look at a couple examples of speakers addressing that.
My dad taught 30 years at a historically black college.
I attended North Carolina Central University, an historical black college. When President Trump took office, he changed everything. He delivered historic funding to HBCUs, and he guaranteed it for 10 years, something that's never happened in the history of this country.
Joe Biden also failed our nation's historically black colleges and universities, heaping blame on them as they fought to ensure our young folks had access to higher education. Once again, to clean up Joe Biden's mess, President Trump signed into law historically high funding for HBCUs, as well as a bill to give them permanent funding for the first time ever.
So let's take a look at that record. We hear Senator Tim Scott talk about how President Trump has done something remarkable. It also implies that he's reversing legislation from the Obama-Biden presidency. Now, in reality, the programs that were in place in order to provide funding for historically black colleges and universities predate Trump's presidency by decades. And, you know, it is also worth acknowledging that HBCUs have gotten more funding, but you know, it's interesting to see how they use that language and use this sort of role of historically black colleges and how much people love them and how universal they are among black communities in order to reach out to and connect to black voters. So it'll be interesting to see how they continue that conversation, if they continue that conversation, and through what lens we see different speakers trying to, again, attempt to reach out to black voters.
Thanks so much, Nicole Ellis. Karen Tumulty, let's pick up on that. You know, it is remarkable to hear a critique specifically on HBCUs to the Biden-Harris campaign when Kamala Harris would be the first ever vice president who attended an HBCU. So coming off of what Nicole said, let's talk about that for a moment, but also something that it can appeal to African-American voters, and what the Republicans hope to hit on is school choice, vouchers, and making sure that your kids get the best education regardless of where you live.
That's right, and I think that it's an issue they are going to keep hitting on, because it's a double-edged issue for them, because it both appeals to their white base, but there is also a significant segment of the Black community that would like to see school choice. I mean, these are people who live in neighborhoods with failing schools, and they are understandably tired, and they don't have time to wait around for these schools to improve. Their children are getting educated now. So the idea is that this is an issue that they can use, that it works for them in more than one arena.
James Hohmann, let's talk more about the appeals that the RNC will be trying to make this week. We've heard from you, of course, that President Trump is like the talent in chief, right? That's what they want to talk about him as, sort of the man of the hour. But what is the role of all these other speakers and all the other message carriers throughout this evening?
Well, they have to do more than expand. They have to do more than just play to the base. They have to expand the base, Libby. And we saw obviously some of those speakers that we've just been talking about attempt to do that. And there are people in the lineup. This is not a politician-heavy lineup compared to normal conventions. We're hearing from a lot of White House staffers, which is very unusual. We'll hear from Kellyanne Conway tomorrow. But I do think they need to figure out a way to deal with their weaknesses. They can't just play to their strengths. Our polling shows crime and safety is a strength. The coronavirus remains a major weakness. The economy is a strength. So you can't just sort of play to where you're strong. You have to shore up some of the weaknesses, especially for people who are tuning in, who are genuinely undecided. The president has a solid 42% locked up. And he has to figure out a way to if not get a majority, win over a couple people who are hurting right now, who are anxious and scared. And he'll obviously play to people's fears, but he does have to figure out a way to kind of reassure them also that giving him 4 more years will make their lives better.
Let's talk about ratings, James, and how important they are overall, but also to President Trump in particular.
They're hugely important. He's obsessed with ratings. He's obsessed with polls, even when he doesn't pretend like it. White House folks today were really anxious and nervous because of his reaction to the fact that the early ratings suggested more than 1.5 million fewer people watched the first night of the Republican convention than the first night of the Democratic convention last week. Largely, that's because of Michelle Obama being the main attraction that people tuned in for. A lot of kind of Trump folks I've been texting with and talking to are kind of hopeful that Republicans are going to tune in for the main event on Thursday night and want to see the fireworks show that's been approved. But there is a lot of apprehension because the president is he is a showman. He is our reality TV president, and he is keenly interested in ratings and how it's playing and what the social media buzz is. And even if he kind of pretends like he doesn't care what MSNBC says, he cares deeply sort of how it plays. And he thinks that this lineup that he's had a very personal hand in sort of stage managing will generate good coverage out of it. At least that's his goal.
James, what are your sources saying about how things went last night, what their takeaways were in terms of sort of smoothness and stagecraft? And yes, we do need to talk about that because conventions are an opportunity when the parties have total control over literally the stage.
Yeah, a lot of Trump world folks I checked in with today were making fun of the Don Jr. and the Kimberly speeches. They thought it was kind of funny and over the top, and Trump people were sending around memes, not all favorable. But they felt good about it. One of the things, again, as you know, the president is the talent in chief. He watched all 4 nights of the Democratic convention last week with a notepad. He was taking notes, and he did not want this convention to feel like a national Zoom meeting, where everyone was in a box on the screen. And they feel that they accomplished that last night. As weird as it was at times to have people speaking in the empty Mellon Auditorium, it did feel like people were actually giving traditional speeches, and it wasn't all people kind of sitting in their living rooms speaking into a Skype camera. So they felt like they had accomplished that. They also, the Trump folks I talked to, were very, very happy with the African-American speakers, which they thought kind of accomplished exactly, as we were talking about a couple minutes ago, what they set out to do.
Rhonda Colvin, what will you be listening for tonight? And who are the main speakers that you are really going to be watching closely that we'll be talking about at 11 o'clock?
One of them is Melania Trump. If you think about it, we don't know much about her still. As when she did her 2016 RNC speech, we don't know any more about her. So seeing her give a speech at length, I think, is going to be interesting, seeing what tone she's going to come across. We're told by Stephanie Grisham, her chief of staff, that she's going to go over some of the lighthearted moments she's experienced as First Lady and also talk about her platform with the Be Best program. Another thing that doesn't appear to be in the lineup tonight is anything specifically on the coronavirus. The DNC, they spent every single night in some fashion talking about the virus, and there doesn't appear to be anything in tonight's lineup about that. So that's missing, and I'll be watching to see if that's included somehow.
And of course, we'll also be listening for Secretary of State Mike Pompeo's speech, a speech that is breaking norms and is also being looked at closely by Democrats in the House. Well, night 2 of the Republican National Convention is about to begin, so I'd like to thank my guests, Karen Tumulty, Rhonda Colvin, James Hohmann. Thank you to each of you for being with us this evening. We'll be back with you after the programming concludes with analysis from the newsroom. Let's go now to the Republican National Convention.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Without life, there can be no liberty. Without liberty, there is no happiness. Without equality, there is no opportunity. America has strived since its founding to promote equality under the law, to correct injustices, and to ensure opportunity for all. It is a work in progress, not always perfect. Some look at American opportunity and see only problems. They want equal outcome, not equal opportunities. They criticize without solutions, demand wealth without work. Their ways are historical failures evidenced by tyranny and poverty, a prevailing darkness in every country it has been tried. The American dream, inspired by American opportunity, is the engine of entrepreneurship.
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike.
The inspiration to the greatest inventions, the highest achievements, and establishing a quality of life second to none, providing jobs, creating futures, fulfilling dreams. In America, opportunity preserves individual freedom. It leads to exceptionalism. It's a bright, shining light, an example for all to see. Tonight, we explore together America, land of opportunity.
From Washington, D.C., welcome to the 2020 Republican National Convention. Tonight, celebrating America as the land of opportunity.
I'm going to invite you to join your faith with mine, and let's pray in agreement. Lord, we come before you to ask for your spirit of peace to come over hurting communities in Wisconsin tonight. We pray for healing and comfort to Jacob Blake and his family. We pray for your protection over those who put their lives in harm's way to bring safety and security to our streets. We pray that the truth and justice will be at the heart of all decisions that are made by our leaders, and that we as a people will seek reconciliation with you as we do the same with each other. Thank you, Lord, for your goodness over our lives, for your blessing over our nation, for your guiding hand over every person that calls the United States of America their home. Lord, we thank you for all that have gone before us and have sowed seeds of sacrifice for our freedom, for our prosperity, and for our peace. Those that gave their lives so that we could live and achieve the American dream. Your word declares in 2 Corinthians, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. This country was founded by the people for their God. Liberty, freedom, equality, it's what we want in our country. Lord, we invite you into our homes, into our lives. Give us revelation that will overthrow any enemies that stand against us so that we will be victorious in this next season. We need you. Let your kingdom come. Let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. We surrender to your plans and purpose for our lives. We ask, bring heaven down to earth over every person here and all those watching today. As we move into this next chapter in our journey to greatness, we ask for your presence to be with us. Lead us, Lord. Give us strategies from heaven. I decree the words of Isaiah 11:2 over our president, vice president, and all government authorities from every state in our nation. May the Spirit of the Lord rest on him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. I release a blessing over every person and every home. Lord, release health, healing, peace, strength, and courage. Let us stand together in unity as we embrace another chapter on our journey to greatness. I decree and declare, America, the best is yet to come. And I ask all this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yat-e. I'm Myron Lizer, the Vice President of the Navajo Nation. I give this address from the majestic rock spires of Shiprock, Sebet-ai, or Rock with Wings as known by our Dene people. It is here as well that many of our ancestral leaders sought to govern and lead a nation within a nation. They sought to lead their people into the promises of a better way of life for their children's children. It is also where they have not been as successful as the rest of America. Our First Nations people, the host people of the land, we are still here. Our Creator placed us here and knew for such a time as this, we would have an opportunity for an appeal to heaven. You see, our people have never been invited into the American dream. We, for years, fought congressional battles with past congressmen and senators that were part of a broken system that ignored us. That is, until President Trump took office. President Trump delivered the largest financial funding package ever to Indian country. The $8 billion in CARES Act funding to Indian country was a great start in alleviating the devastating effects that the COVID-19 pandemic has inflicted on our Indian tribes. The Navajo Nation once led the nation in per capita positive cases because of the health disparities that previous administrations failed to improve. Whenever we meet with President Trump, he has always made it a priority to repair the relationship with our federal family. Recently, President Trump signed the first ever presidential proclamation officially recognizing missing and murdered American Indians and Alaska Natives. He established a task force called Operation Lady Justice to address the problem. The president also provided $273 million to improve public safety and support victims of crime in the Native American community. As a result, a cold case office was recently opened on the Gila River Indian community. The president has reactivated the White House Council on Native American Affairs to promote economic development and rural prosperity in Indian country. President Trump also strengthened the Supreme Court by nominating strong conservative judges like Neil Gorsuch, who supports Native American rights. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm excited to endorse President Trump's re-election. And Mr. President, we look forward to hosting you very soon. Come visit our land we call Denetra. Akia, thank you very much.
I had always had this unshakable sense that I know that life has to be more than what it was I've been living. I caught my very first felony conviction at 16 years old, and that type of behavior had led me into more and more arrests, getting in trouble until the age of 37 years old. I was arrested for a string of bank robberies. And based off of my criminal history, there is a potential that a federal judge can sentence me up to 23 years in a maximum security United States federal penitentiary. And in that moment, I played a let's make a deal with God. And I asked God to climb into the robe of that judge. Whether it's 10 years or 50 years, I'm going to invest the rest of my life serving you. And I stood before that federal judge. Judge Mahan took his glasses off, leaned back and said, I don't know why I'm going to do this. But he said, I'm not going to give you what you deserve. Then he gave me a lesser sentence. And as I laid on that stainless steel cell, shackled by my hands and my feet, I heard God utter into my spirit, my son, I honored what you asked me to do. He said, never forget the promise that you made to me. And ever since that day, I got up off that floor and my life went in a 180-degree turn in the other direction.
When John got that sentence, I just shook my head. I said, wow, John, you are destined for bigger things than prison. My name is Richard Beasley. I was an FBI special agent for about 25 and a half years.
It was something about his demeanor when he walked into that room. I had this feeling like everything is gonna be okay.
Then when he got out, he gave me a call and says, hey, Rich, let's have lunch. So I met him at the McDonald's, and he's got a Bible with him. I've seen that before where guys have used a Bible as a prop. It took me about 30 seconds to understand that this was not a prop with John. He was a changed guy from the man that I arrested, several years before.
When I saw the way that he treated me fairly, I saw the man behind the suit. I started thinking, man, if that worked for me with this law enforcement officer, how can I multiply that and get more law enforcement officers involved so that we can impact this on a larger scale? President Trump, he had made a bunch of promises. Let me just be transparent. When he first started talking about the things he was going to do, I'm sitting there going, wait a minute here. I mean, is he serious? Because everything that he was saying that he wanted to do was the stuff that needs to be done. And before he walked out that meeting that day, I promised I'll make it out there to, come speak at one of your graduations. I heard that they were phenomenal. When he stood there in that graduation and he went out of his way to shake the hand of every one of those 29 graduates, set them on a whole nother vista of life because they had the office of the President of the United States. The promises that he made was promises that he kept.
2 years ago, I was honored to tell John Ponder's story of transformation in the Rose Garden on the National Day of Prayer. Today, I'm thrilled to welcome him back to the White House. John's life is a beautiful testament to the power of redemption. John grew up without his father. As he tells it, my mother was strong, but she wasn't able to keep us out of the gangs and off of the streets, and they were violent streets. At the age of 38, he was arrested for bank robbery. While John was in prison, he began reading the Bible and listening to Christian radio. One day he heard Reverend Billy Graham on the radio proclaim, Jesus wants to be Lord of your life. On that day, John dedicated his life to Christ. He spent the rest of his time in prison studying the Bible. When he was released, he heard a knock at his door. It was the officer who put him in jail, FBI Special Agent Richard Beasley, who said, I want you to know that I've been praying for you. Now, Richard and John are best friends, and we are grateful that Richard is here with us today. In the last 10 years since John was released, he has created one of the most successful reentry programs, Hope for Prisoners in Las Vegas. I was glad to speak there earlier this year. As John says, Hope for Prisoners is a movement that began as a dream in a tiny prison cell and is now making a difference in the lives of thousands, truly bringing hope that there is an opportunity and a community that is waiting and willing to offer them a second chance. John, we honor your devotion to showing returning citizens that they are not forgotten. We believe that each person is made by God for a purpose. I will continue to give all Americans, including former inmates, the best chance to build a new life and achieve their own American dream, and a great American dream it is. Now I'd like to ask John and Richard to say a few words.
I can't tell you how grateful I am to have the opportunity to speak here today. Not so long ago, my life was running from the police, fearing the police, and avoiding the police. Not because of anything that the police had done to me personally, but due to the animosity I had allowed to grow inside of me, making me believe that they were my enemy. But today, praise God, I am filled with hope, a proud American citizen who has been given a second chance. My transformation began in a prison cell where I found myself a 3-time convicted felon facing yet another sentence. I gave my life to Jesus and made him a promise that I would spend the rest of my days helping others like me. My first help and support came from the unlikeliest of places, the FBI agent who arrested me, Richard Beasley. He is now a dear friend and has been a source of encouragement to me throughout my entire journey. I am grateful for the men and women of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department who volunteer their time to people who are returning to our local community after incarceration. These are the real-life heroes who put their lives on the line every day, armed with the promise that they made to protect and to serve, have made a tremendous impact in the lives of men and women reintegrating back into our society. My hope for America is that formerly incarcerated people will be afforded the opportunity to take advantage of the fact that we live in a nation of second chances. My hope for America is that law enforcement and people in the communities across our country can come together and realize that as Americans, we have more in common than we have differences. My hope for our great nation is to continue on this path we are on of being the most prosperous country in the world.
I'm so proud of John with his life's turnaround and for all the lives that he's helped to change. It may be hard to believe that as a retired FBI agent, one of my best friends is a person I arrested for bank robbery. When I met John 15 years ago, he was angry, scared, frustrated, and anxious about his future. On the drive to prison, I stopped at a convenience store and bought John a coffee and a donut. After he was sentenced, John sent me a necktie and a note thanking me for treating him like a gentleman. 5 years later, when he got out of prison, John called me and wanted to meet for lunch. He was a different man. He talked about starting a reentry program for men and women coming out of prison. Over time, John earned the trust and respect of the law enforcement community, many of whom volunteer in John's Hope for Prisoners program. I'm grateful for President Trump's commitment to criminal justice reform. On February 20th of this year, he was the guest speaker at the Hope for Prisoners graduation. He stayed much longer than scheduled to hand out diplomas to the 29 men and women who graduated that day. What a sight. The most important man in a free world shaking hands and pledging his administration's support to ex-offenders. Their families were there, the community was there. What a great second chance. I also appreciate President Trump's support for law enforcement. I always felt like I had strong support as an FBI agent, but there's nothing worse than knowing you're being second-guessed when you're doing your job. In certain parts of our country right now, law enforcement doesn't feel like they have the support from their local leaders. They're being painted with a broad brush, unfairly, with calls for defunding. But as President Trump knows, the overwhelming percentage of law enforcement officers are good, smart people who are doing their jobs very well. And they can change the world working with people like John. Thank you.
So now I'd like to invite John's wife, Jamie, to join us as I grant John, I'm not sure you know this, a full pardon. So I don't know if you know that, Jamie. Come on over here. It's just an honor. And you have done incredible work.
Thank you, sir.
And all of Las Vegas and all of Nevada and all of every place in this country is very proud of you, the job you've done, bringing people back. And you're right, I was supposed to be there for 5 minutes. I stayed for an hour and a half because it was so interesting to me. Congratulations to both.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Richard, thank you very much for the job you do.
Thank you.
It's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think I'll give it to Jamie. What do you think?
Good evening. I'm Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky. Donald Trump and I met many years ago, before he was running for anything. When I first met him, I recall being struck by how down-to-earth he was. He seemed like just a normal guy. Okay, a normal guy with his own plane and helicopter, but who's counting? I was planning a medical mission trip to Guatemala to perform charity eye surgeries, and we needed money to fund the trip. Donald Trump offered to help and immediately came through for us. Not only did he support my medical mission to Guatemala, but he also contributed to another mission trip to Haiti a year later. We performed hundreds of cataract surgeries in both countries. Nothing is more amazing than removing the bandages from a person's eyes and watching them as they see their loved ones again. Donald Trump helped me make that happen. A few years later, we were opponents, both running for president, and we all know how that turned out. But I'm proud of the job Donald Trump has done as president. I don't always agree with him, but our occasional policy differences are far outweighed by our significant agreements. But more important than simple agreement is accomplishment. President Trump gets things done. When some in Congress wanted a so-called revenue-neutral tax plan, Donald Trump and I worked together to make sure that it was a true tax cut. I brought President Trump an idea for better, less expensive health insurance called Association Health Plans. Donald Trump overturned years of red tape and bureaucrats, and he made it happen. While others talked about criminal justice reform, President Trump actually signed the First Step Act, the first real reform in a generation, and one that sought to undo the harm that others, like Joe Biden, have done. For those of us who lament the Biden crime bill that locked up a generation of young black men, remember that Biden bragged about a bill that still wreaks havoc among people of color. I'm supporting President Trump because he believes, as I do, that a strong America cannot fight endless wars. We must not continue to leave our blood and treasure in Middle East quagmires. I flew with him to Dover Air Force Base to honor 2 soldiers whose remains were coming home from Afghanistan. I'll never forget that evening. I can tell you the president not only felt the pain of these families, but that the president is committed to ending this war. President Trump is the first president in a generation to seek to end war rather than start one. He intends to end the war in Afghanistan. He is bringing our men and women home. Madison once wrote, "No nation can preserve its freedom in the midst of continuous warfare." I'm proud to finally see a president who agrees with that. Compare President Trump with the disastrous record of Joe Biden, who has consistently called for more war. Joe Biden voted for the Iraq War, which President Trump has long called the worst geopolitical mistake of our generation. I fear Biden will choose war again. He supported the war in Serbia, Syria, Libya. Joe Biden will continue to spill our blood and treasure. President Trump will bring our heroes home. If you hate war like I hate war, if you want us to quit sending $50 billion every year to Afghanistan to build their roads and bridges instead of building them here at home, you need to support President Trump for another term. So to our soldiers and their families, join me in supporting President Trump. To those of you who want lower taxes and better, less expensive health care, join me in supporting President Trump. To those of you who want to stand up and fight the socialists poisoning our schools and burning our cities, join me in supporting President Trump. Let's rebuild America together.
What I would call your everyday man, the forgotten man or woman, the people that wake up every morning, go to work, do their job, come home to their kids and families, and are faithful and consistent, the people that have built America.
There are people in our country that have been forgotten, that are hard workers. We do not hold signs. We are not on street corners. We are waking up at the crack of dawn, working and earning our living.
But every single day, men and women from across this country are affecting people in positive ways.
Real people that work hard every day, and they just want to earn a good living and enjoy life.
And he really knows them, understands them. It's clear he has been on the job site, interacting with people from all backgrounds.
I've never had someone care so much about making sure people have job security.
The president's job is to protect us, keep us safe, and help make our life better and the opportunity to pursue the American dream. That's what Donald Trump is doing.
As a cattle rancher and a farmer, I do feel that we are not forgotten with this administration. We have hope for preserving our industry.
My hope is that we lift the regulations that have stripped away the working class Americans' ability to do what they innately know how to do best.
I feel like Trump is definitely pushing more for the steel mills, the fishermen, just us making our own products and bringing everything in. He's pushing so hard, and I see it truly coming alive.
I do feel that President Trump has the interests of all those Americans tied together. I really do.
Good evening. My name is Jason Joyce, and I'm an 8th-generation lobster fisherman from Swans Island, Maine. I make my living from lobster fishing, oyster farming, and providing eco-tours in the beautiful waters near Acadia National Park, where I have over 200 years of family history. I have to confess, I didn't support Trump in 2016. Skeptical that he shared my conservative views, I expected him to flip-flop on his campaign promises. But he has followed through on his promises, including last week when he brokered a deal to end European Union tariffs of 8% on Maine live lobsters and up to 20% on Maine lobster products, which is great news for Maine's lobstermen and women. I live in an island with 370 residents, and lobstering is how we provide for our families. Maine's lobstermen are true environmentalists. We practice conservation every day. If we didn't, we'd be putting ourselves out of business. 4 years ago, the Obama-Biden administration used the Antiquities Act to order thousands of square miles of ocean off limits to commercial fishermen. They did it to cater to environmental activists. Although Maine's lobstermen don't fish there, Obama's executive order offended us greatly. It circumvented the Fisheries Council's input. President Trump reversed that decision, reinstating the rules that allow stakeholder input, and he supports a process that seeks and respects fishermen's views. As long as Trump is president, fishing families like mine will have a voice. But if Biden wins, he'll be controlled by the environmental extremists who want to circumvent long-standing rules and impose radical changes that hurt our coastal communities. I strongly support President Trump's re-election. When he sees something isn't right, he's fearless in fixing it. He listens to working people. He nominates judges who respect the Constitution and the right to life. He keeps his word, like eliminating the European tariffs and moving the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. I hope you will join me this time in voting for President Trump. Stand up for your country. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Peterson. My husband Gary, our family, and I milk 1,000 cows on a dairy farm in Grantsburg, Wisconsin, a small middle American town. Truth be told, until I married my cute farmer from Grantsburg a long time ago, I was a city slicker from Minneapolis, which is about 70 miles south of us. Donald Trump became president in the middle of the Great Depression for dairy farmers in Wisconsin. In 2016, prices were horrible, and longtime generational farms across the nation were going out of business. In 2017, our 120-year-old barn, which served as our milking center, caught fire and burned to the ground. Our cows were spared, but because they needed to be milked 3 times a day, farmers, friends, and complete strangers from all over northern Wisconsin helped haul them to other farms where they stayed until we could rebuild. By the end of 2018, we had a new state-of-the-art robotic milking facility that allows our cows to milk themselves 3 times a day. At about the same time, President Trump's economic boom began helping dairy farmers across the nation. As a businessman, President Trump understands that farming is a complicated, capital-intensive, and risky business. More than any president in my lifetime, he has acknowledged the importance of farmers and agriculture. That support and focus on negotiating new trade deals gave us the confidence to rebuild our barn and dairy operation. Business was booming again, and business boomed right until the COVID-19 shutdown in March. Many people probably don't realize that our country is one of the few in the world that produces nearly all of its own food. Fewer still understand how close our food production and distribution system came to collapsing this past spring. But President Trump understood and again took steps to provide the supports we needed. President Trump took the necessary action knowing that agriculture is our backbone and strength, critical to our national security. Our entire economy and dairy farming are once again roaring back. One person deserves the credit and our vote: President Donald J. Trump.
What was happening prior to President Trump, you had businesses that were overregulated, not a friendly environment at all to start a company.
My family stopped ranching about 7 years ago. The regulations became so overbearing that the ranch was slowly sold off.
I lost businesses because of this regulation.
The factories in our town closed. The businesses in our towns have shut. It got to the point finally that Middle America needed help. President Trump came in and was able to shed light on an area that had been so long left behind.
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was huge, especially for a community like ours that has a lot of small businesses, manufacturing, deregulation, fair trade, real life policy changes that affected real Americans.
An amazing opportunity to get ahead, to have our businesses, to have our children educated, of school choice.
That is something that's huge for parents right now, especially Black moms whose kids are trapped in failing school districts.
Before COVID hit, Black unemployment rate was at the lowest ever.
I've seen the numbers of employees go up, and they're earning a lot more for their family than what they had previously.
What this administration has done, simplifying the government, it's really cut the handcuffs off of America again and allowed us to grow and move forward in a way that I have never seen in my lifetime.
When you pull regulation and allow small companies to go out there and be able to play in the game, that is the American dream.
People feel that they can support and have a family, and it can build and make us stronger as Americans.
What could be taken away if he doesn't win again?
Joe Biden said the first thing he's going to do is increase taxes on everyone.
Over-regulating and making it where a small business can't grow, that's taking away the American dream.
I think with the upcoming election, people just need to think about what is better for them and their family.
The president's job is to be the CEO of our country, and he's doing his job.
He has improved jobs, he's improved health, he's improved wages, he's cut taxes. I could go on for an hour and a half.
The plan was working. Everybody had a job, making money, spending money. Boom, bada bang, boop, we good.
My kids are gonna look up to me and say, you are the best mom for working, raising us. It's just tremendous what I could do, I guess.
This is somebody who loves his country. He's truly fighting for the American people.
Hello, folks. You know me from TV and radio. I'm Larry Kudlow. Years ago, I worked for Ronald Reagan. More recently, I helped the team craft Donald Trump's economic plan during the campaign. It was a roaring success. Inheriting a stagnant economy on the front end of recession, the program of tax cuts, historic rollback of onerous regulations that crippled small business, unleashing energy to become the world's #1 producer, and free, fair, and reciprocal trade deals to bolster manufacturing, agriculture, technology, and other sectors. The economy was rebuilt in 3 years. Unemployment fell to the lowest rate of 3.5%. Blue collars, African Americans, Hispanics, women, all groups benefited enormously. Everyone was better off. A rising tide lifted all boats. Then came a once-in-100-year pandemic. It was awful. Health and economic impacts were tragic. Hardship and heartbreak were everywhere. But presidential leadership came swiftly and effectively with an extraordinary rescue for health and safety to successfully fight the COVID virus. A great bipartisan rescue also saved the economy. Right now, our economic health is coming back. With emergency spending and tax cuts, Americans are going back to work. There's a housing boom, there's an auto boom, a manufacturing boom, a consumer spending boom. Stocks are in record territory. A V-shaped recovery is pointing to better than 20% growth in the second half of this year. Now, looking ahead, more tax cuts and regulatory rollback will be in store. Payroll tax cuts for higher wages, income tax cuts for the middle class, capital gains tax cuts for investment, productivity, and jobs. Much more regulatory relief for small businesses. In economic terms, folks, this is no time for a $4 trillion tax hike. Coming out of the deep pandemic, who in their right mind would pick the pockets of taxpayers and drain money from their wallets and purses? Look, our economic choice is very clear. Do you want economic health, prosperity, opportunity, and optimism? Or do you want to turn back to the dark days of stagnation, recession, and pessimism? I believe there can't be better economic policies than we've had in recent years. So I say, stay with them. Thank you.
I'm John Peterson, owner of a second-generation metal fabrication business called Schutte Metals. We've been stamping our products and services made in the USA since 1957. My brother and I purchased the business from my uncles almost 38 years ago. What was a 12-person shop has now grown into a company employing 165 people today. Like most companies that are successful over the long run, we had to reinvent ourselves as the market changed. 6 years ago, we invested heavily in our business, just as a great recession appeared. Barack Obama and Joe Biden, two career politicians who knew nothing about business, couldn't get the government out of our way, and it put our business in a tailspin. Sadly, we were forced to make decisions which included cutting staff, a torturous experience when our employees are like family. The Obama-Biden era banking regulations left us no choice. It tied our lenders' hands, and it deprived us of the lifeblood of our business, capital. We scratched and we clawed for 2 years, and then everything changed. Donald Trump was elected president, and he knew what it was like to build a company and create jobs. One of the first things he did was to cut red tape and put an end to draconian-type banking regulations. He also cut taxes on small businesses, allowing us to be more competitive both domestically and internationally. In fact, we increased revenues by 25% for 2 years in a row. By getting rid of the job-killing NAFTA and negotiating the U.S.-Mexican-Canada trade agreement, President Trump ensured a more competitive playing field for American companies. Even with all the challenges presented by the coronavirus, President Trump is rebuilding, and our economy is roaring back again. But when I hear that Joe Biden is ready to raise taxes, crush us with regulations, and weaken our international trade position, I shudder. We simply cannot endure a Biden-induced recession. Some will struggle, some will not survive, and working men and women of America will get crushed yet again. This is not time to hand our government over to a washed-up career politician who will be nothing but a puppet of the radical left Democrats. As a lifelong resident of Wisconsin, I'm a fan of the Badger football team. Many may not realize that the Wisconsin Badgers and the president share 3 common qualities. They are smart, they're tough, and they're dependable. And as a businessman, I can tell you that those qualities we need in our country's leader, and that's why we need to re-elect Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and God bless America.
Good evening. I'm Sissy Graham Lynch, and I'm honored to speak to you tonight about something that is so important to all of us, our faith. As Americans, we know the first line of the First Amendment protects our freedom of religion. But what we often forget, the actual words are free exercise of religion. That means living out our faith in our daily lives, in our schools, in our jobs, and yes, even in the public square. Our founders did not envision a quiet, hidden faith. They fought to ensure that the voices of faith were always welcomed, not silenced, not bullied. But during the Obama-Biden administration, these freedoms were under attack. Democrats tried to make faith organizations pay for abortion-inducing drugs. Democrats tried to force adoption agencies to violate their deeply held beliefs. Democrats pressured schools to allow boys to compete in girls' sports and use girls' locker rooms. Those are the facts. But then, we, the people, elected Donald Trump. People of faith suddenly had a fierce advocate in the White House. He appointed judges who respect the First Amendment. He supported religious beliefs in court. He ensured religious ministries would not be forced to violate their beliefs. He withdrew the policies that placed our little girls at risk. And on the world stage, President Trump became the first president to talk about the importance of religious freedom at the United Nations, giving hope to people of faith around the world. In America, we have not yet experienced physical persecution, even though the left has tried to silence us. Even during the pandemic, we saw how quickly life can change. Some Democratic leaders tried to ban church services, while marijuana shops and abortion clinics were declared essential. But you know what truly is essential? Our right to worship freely and live our faith in every aspect of life. The Biden-Harris vision for America leaves no room for people of faith. Whether you're a baker, a florist, or a football coach, they will force the choice between being obedient to God or to Caesar, because the radical left's God is government power. So in the words of my grandfather, Billy Graham, let us stand for political freedom, moral freedom, religious freedom, and the rights of all Americans, and let's never give in to those who would attempt to take it from us. Tonight, I'm proudly standing in that public square, and I hope and pray you will join me in voting to re-elect President Trump.
I am Bob Vlaselovich, Mayor of Eveleth, a small town in the Iron Range of Minnesota. My father and grandfather earned their livings mining the raw materials that made the steel that built America. This election is a make or break for workers who are carrying on the legacy of men like them. Since the Iron Range economy is vulnerable to economic trends and to foreign trade, we have always needed a strong voice in Washington. We looked to Democrats to fill that void for many years because we actually thought they cared about our welfare. Not anymore. The radical environmental movement has dragged the Democratic Party so far to the left they can no longer claim to be advocates of the working man. This is hard for me to say because I am a lifelong Democrat. But for far too long, members of both parties allowed our country to be ripped off by our trading partners, especially China, who dumped steel into our markets and slapped tariffs on our products. And what did so-called leaders like Joe Biden do? Nothing. The human cost has been devastating. We lost thousands of jobs. We lost a generation of young people who had to leave the Iron Range to find a livelihood. And worst of all, we lost hope. Then something unexpected happened. A straight-talking New Yorker burst onto the scene, promising to stand up to China and the rest of the world on behalf of the American worker. 4 years later, the Iron Range is roaring back to life, and we have one man to thank, President Donald Trump. He made good on his promises by cutting our taxes, rolling back senseless regulations, and delivering trade deals that put America's interests first. But the fight is not over. Joe Biden has allowed radicals like AOC to craft his environmental policies. Their so-called Green New Deal is a job-killing disgrace dreamt up by people who don't live in the real world. But Biden is too weak, too scared, and too sleepy to stand up to the radical left. He has been doing nothing in Washington for 47 years. Why would year 48 be any different? President Trump won't back down to anybody. He delivered the best economy in our history, and he will do it again for all of us. The Iron Range's economic future and survival is at stake, and so is America's. We know we can count on President Trump to fight for us and win. Let's make sure he wins on November 3rd. God bless America.
My name is Abby Johnson, and I spent 8 years working for Planned Parenthood, but today I'm a pro-life activist. When I was in college, Planned Parenthood approached me at a volunteer fair. They talked about helping women in crisis and their commitment to keep abortion safe, legal, and rare. I was convinced to volunteer and later offered a full-time job as a medical assistant before my promotion to director of the clinic. I truly believed I was helping women, but things drastically changed in 2009. In April, I was awarded Planned Parenthood's Employee of the Year Award and invited to their annual gala where they present the Margaret Sanger Award, named for their founder. And Margaret Sanger was a racist who believed in eugenics. Her goal when founding Planned Parenthood was to eradicate the minority population. Today, almost 80% of Planned Parenthood abortion facilities are strategically located in minority neighborhoods. And every year, Planned Parenthood celebrates its racist roots by presenting the Margaret Sanger Award. Later in August, my supervisor assigned me a new quota to meet, an abortion quota. I was expected to sell double the abortions performed the previous year. When I pushed back, underscoring Planned Parenthood's public-facing goal of decreasing abortions, I was reprimanded and told, "Abortion is how we make our money." But the tipping point came a month later when a physician asked me to assist with an ultrasound-guided abortion. Nothing prepared me for what I saw on the screen. An unborn baby fighting back, desperate to move away from the suction. And I'll never forget what the doctor said next. "Beam me up, Scotty." The last thing I saw was a spine twirling around in the mother's womb before succumbing to the force of the suction. On October 6th, I left the clinic, looking back only to remember why I now advocate so passionately for life. I founded and currently run And Then There Were None, a nonprofit organization that's helped nearly 600 abortion workers transition out of the industry. For most people who consider themselves pro-life, abortion is abstract. They can't even conceive of the barbarity. They don't know about the products of conception room and abortion clinics, where infant corpses are pieced back together to ensure nothing remains in the mother's wombs, or that we joked and called it the pieces of children room. You see, for me, abortion is real. I know what it sounds like. I know what abortion smells like. Did you know abortion even had a smell? I've been the perpetrator to these babies, to these women, and I now support President Trump because he has done more for the unborn than any other president. During his first month in office, he banned federal funds for global health groups that promote abortion. That same year, he overturned an Obama-Biden rule that allowed government subsidy of abortion. He appointed a record number of pro-life judges, including 2 Supreme Court justices, and importantly, he announced a new rule protecting the rights of healthcare workers objecting to abortion, many of whom I work with every day. Life is a core tenet of who we are as Americans. And this election is a choice between 2 radical anti-life activists and the most pro-life president we have ever had. That's something that should compel you to action. Go door to door, make calls, talk to your neighbors and friends, and vote on November 3rd. Take action that reelects our president, and do it with our very most vulnerable Americans in mind, the ones who haven't been born yet.
It began as a class trip to join thousands for the annual March for Life. These Catholic young men traveled from Kentucky to stand up for what they believed in. But what happened was something very different.
Crackers with Make America Great hat on. You little dirty crackers, your day coming. Young Klansmen, look at our Make America Great Again hat.
Social media, the news, and even celebrities launched a campaign of persecution that was completely false against a boy in a Make America Great Again hat.
The MAGA hat carries a certain connotation that provokes a conditioned reaction.
I blame that kid. What a little crap.
Everyone that sees that smug look wants to punch that kid.
Nicholas Sandmann received death threats, and his school was forced to close. Tonight, Nicholas tells his story.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nick Sandmann, and I'm the teenager who was defamed by the media after an encounter with a group of protesters on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial last year. Before I begin, I'd like to thank President Trump for the opportunity to share some of my story and why it matters so much to this November's election. In 2019, I attended the March for Life in Washington, D.C., where I demonstrated in defense of the unborn. Later that day, I bought a Make America Great Again hat because our president, Donald Trump, has distinguished himself as one of the most pro-life presidents in the history of our country, and I wanted to express my support for him too. Looking back now, how could I possibly imagine that the simple act of putting on that red hat would unleash hate from the left and make myself the target of network and cable news networks nationwide? Being from Kentucky, the birthplace of Abraham Lincoln, my classmates and I visited the Lincoln Memorial. I found myself face to face with Nathan Phillips and other professional protesters looking to turn me into the latest poster child showing why Trump is bad. While the media portrayed me as an aggressor with a relentless smirk on my face, in reality, the video confirms I was standing with my hands behind my back and an awkward smile on my face that hid 2 thoughts. 1, don't do anything that might further agitate the man banging a drum in my face. And 2, I was trying to follow a family friend's advice, never to do anything to embarrass your family, your school, or your community. Before I knew what was happening, it was over. One of Mr. Phillips' fellow agitators yelled out, "We got him. It's all right here on video. And we won, Grandpa." What I thought was a strange encounter quickly developed into a major news story, complete with video footage. My life changed forever in that one moment. The full war machine of the mainstream media revved up into attack mode. They did so without researching the full video of the incident, without ever investigating Mr. Phillips' motives, or without ever asking me for my side of the story. And do you know why? Because the truth was not important. Advancing their anti-Christian, anti-conservative, anti-Donald Trump narrative was all that mattered. And if advancing their narrative ruined the reputation and future of a teenager from Covington, Kentucky, well, so be it. That would teach him not to wear a MAGA hat. I learned what was happening to me had a name. It was called being canceled, as in annulled, as in revoked, as in made void. Canceled is what's happening to people around this country who refuse to be silenced by the far left. Many are being fired, humiliated, or even threatened. And often, the media is a willing participant. But I would not be canceled. I fought back hard to expose the media for what they did to me, and I won a personal victory. While much more must be done, I look forward to the day that the media returns to providing balanced, responsible, and accountable news coverage. I know President Trump hopes for that too. And I know you'll agree with me when we say that no one in this country has been a victim of unfair media coverage more than President Donald Trump. In November, I believe this country must unite around a president who calls the media out and refuses to allow them to create a narrative instead of reporting the facts. I believe we must join a president who will challenge the media to return to objective journalism. And together, I believe we must all embrace our First Amendment rights and not hide in fear of the media or from the tech companies or from the outrage mob either. This is worth fighting for. This is worth voting for. And this is what Donald Trump stands for. Thank you all for listening to me tonight. And one more thing. Let's make America great again.
I'm Pam Bondi. Our party's theme tonight is America, the Land of Opportunity. And listening to the stories of discoveries and deliverance, you can't help but be proud to call this country home. But for Joe Biden, it's been the land of opportunism, not opportunity. As a career prosecutor and former Attorney General of Florida, I fought corruption, and I know what it looks like, whether it's done by people wearing pinstripe suits or orange jumpsuits. At the Democrats' convention, we were told to look at Joe Biden as the model of integrity. But when you look at his 47-year career in politics, the people who benefited are his family members, not the American people. Let's take a closer look. We all know about Joe's son, Hunter Biden. A corrupt Ukrainian oligarch put Hunter on the board of his gas company, even though he had no experience in Ukraine or in the energy sector. None. Yet he was paid millions to do nothing. He only had one qualification that mattered. He was the son of the man in charge of distributing U.S. aid to Ukraine. And recently reported information revealed that a few months after Hunter Biden joined that corrupt company's board, the Obama-Biden State Department began doing business with them, even when it remained under investigation for corruption. And it gets worse. That very same company was being investigated by a Ukrainian prosecutor. Joe Biden, the Vice President of the United States, threatened to withhold aid to Ukraine unless that same prosecutor was fired. And then, He was fired. Hunter only resigned from that board just before his dad announced his campaign for president. Now let's talk about China. Fact, Joe Biden flew to China on Air Force Two with Hunter along for the ride. They said he was just there as a family member, but we know that's untrue. In Beijing, Hunter didn't just go sightseeing, he had meetings with his Chinese bank partners. Hunter even arranged for his dad to meet with one of the partners. 10 days later, those Chinese communist bankers approved millions to go to Hunter's firm. And those bankers work for the Chinese Communist Party, which oppresses their people, cheated American workers for decades, and covered up a deadly virus. To this day, Hunter controls a 10% stake in that firm. And Joe Biden's done more than look the other way on China. He said, "The Chinese aren't our competition. Come on, man, they're not bad folks." Come on, Joe. Talk to the folks in Middle America who lost countless jobs to China while your son was getting rich with them. But there's more. Fact. There have been numerous press reports that have shown other close Biden family members benefited from Joe's 47-year political career. Joe Biden was point person on Iraq. The president of a construction firm met with Biden's team in the White House, and then who did they hire to build thousands of houses in Iraq? Joe Biden's close family member, who, you guessed it, had no experience in the industry and no experience in Iraq. A company official bragged that it helps to have a family member, the vice president, as partner. The family member put it more bluntly by saying, "There's a line of 747s filled with cash ready to invest." Now let's follow the money down south. Again, as reported in the press, yet another close family member of Joe's set his sights on Costa Rica and Jamaica, where millions of dollars flowed from the Obama-Biden administration in taxpayer-backed loans to projects linked to, yes, that same family member. These aren't isolated incidents. It is a deliberate pattern of conduct. And that's just what he did as vice president. Imagine what he'd do as president. How many American families would be allowed to get away with this? Why should there be one standard for the elite political class and another set of rules for the rest of us? When millions of Americans voted for Donald Trump, they knew he'd be different, and he is. He's a tough, no-nonsense outsider who can't be bought or intimidated. He won't even take a paycheck from the American people. He donates his paycheck to charities across this country. Democrats have been lecturing America about integrity for 4 years, while their nominee has been writing the textbook on abuse of power for 40 years. If they want to make this election a choice between who's saving America and who's swindling America, bring it on. Joe says he'll build back better. Yeah, build the Bidens back better. Our president is in this to build a safer, better, and stronger America. And he will finish what he started to keep this a real land of opportunity for everyone. If you want to check your voting status, secure your ballot, or register to vote, text VOTE to 88022. Remember, the best is yet to come.
Women have played a very, very big role. The level of genius is unbelievable, frankly.
You're what? You've got 70, 80 years on this earth? What are you gonna do with it? Are you gonna make that difference? Are you gonna say, I was there for the big battles in our country to save America?
It's what I feel very much called to do ever since I was a very young girl.
In 2016, Donald Trump made his historic run for the office of United States President. Knowing the monumental task he would be undertaking, he rested all of his hopes for winning on one woman. Because of that trust, he became the 45th President of the United States, and Kellyanne Conway became the first woman in U.S. history to manage a winning presidential campaign.
This president has been a champion for women mostly because he speaks to them as if they can handle and tackle all issues.
I don't want a job because of my gender. I want the job because I'm the best person for that position. That's it. And he respects that. And he appreciates hard work. You can't ask for anything better, especially in a boss.
President Trump continues to place strong women into significant positions throughout his administration and campaign, far more than any other president in U.S. history.
That he has had and does have more women on his top team than any president before, but it actually goes down to his deputy assistants, to his special assistants, to our awesome teams throughout the West Wing.
And when he called me and said, I want you to represent my entire campaign, I became the first Black woman to represent a Republican presidential campaign, winning presidential campaign in United States history.
Throughout his career, Trump has always touted family first as a core value. He shows this especially with his choices of press secretaries, choosing Sarah Sanders, the first mother to become a press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, the first single mother to serve as press secretary, and Kayleigh McEnany, who transitioned into the job while also transitioning into the job of mom.
I have 4 children, Kellyanne Conway has 4 children, Ivanka has, I think between all the senior staff women, we might have 75 kids. I'm not sure, we've lost count, but the importance of the work is never lost on any of us. And truly, it is those children that we are fighting for and for their future.
With these capable women placed in positions of powerful influence and authority, President Trump has proven that when the stakes are highest, he is proud to entrust many of our nation's most crucial jobs to women.
The number of dedicated, amazing, brilliant, relentless women that are dedicated to the country and to the president and to preserving the American dream is one of the greatest, if not the greatest things I'll ever be a part of.
Only the president would say, let's take that stay-home mom and have her run the party. What a smart guy.
Good evening. I'm Tiffany Trump. Since speaking at the Republican convention 4 years ago, so much has changed for the world, for our country, and for my family. Like so many students across the world, I graduated from law school during the pandemic. Our generation is unified in the facing the future in uncertain times, and many of us are considering what kind of country we want to live in. As a recent graduate, I can relate to so many of you who might be looking for a job. My father built a thriving economy once, and believe me, he will do it again. This election, I urge each and every one of you to transcend political boundaries. This is a fight for freedom versus oppression, for opportunity versus stagnation, a fight to keep America true to America. I urge you to make judgment based on results and not rhetoric. If you believe in criminal justice reform, there is only one president that passed the First Step Act, giving people a second chance, a chance at a life once again. And if you believe in expanding quality and affordable health care, only President Trump, my father, signed the right to try into law the Favored Nations Clause and other actions to lower drug prices and keep Americans from getting ripped off. People must recognize that our thoughts, our opinions, and even the choice of who we are voting for may and are being manipulated and visibly coerced by the media and tech giants. If you tune into the media, you get one biased opinion or another, and what you share, if it does not fit into the narrative that they seek to promote, then it is either ignored or deemed a lie, regardless of the truth. This manipulation of what information we receive impedes our freedoms. Rather than allowing Americans the right to form our own beliefs, this misinformation system keeps people mentally enslaved to the ideas they deem correct. This has fostered unnecessary fear and divisiveness amongst us. Why are so many in media and technology, and even in our own government, so invested in promoting a biased and fabricated view? Ask yourselves, why are we prevented from seeing certain information? Why is one viewpoint promoted while others are hidden? The answer is control, because division and controversy breed profit. But what are the consequences when only one side of the story gets out, or when only one viewpoint is acceptable? For our education system, it meant sacrificing civil debate by creating an atmosphere where students with contrary opinions are too afraid to speak. Many students find themselves suppressing their beliefs to fit into what the acceptable groupthink is. In short, our nation suffers by inhibiting our diversity of thought and inclusion of ideas. Working together outside of our political comfort zones will accomplish so much more. Some cynical politicians do not seem to believe in the miracle of America. Well, I do. As Maximo Alvarez said so eloquently last night, if freedom is lost in this country, there is nowhere else to go. Having hope is not weakness, and believing in miracles is a gift from God. So tonight, I want to tell you the uncensored truth of what we believe in. We believe in equality of opportunity. We believe in freedom of thought and expression. Think what you want. Seek out the truth. Learn from those with different opinions, and then freely make your voice heard to the world. We believe in school choice because a child's zip code in America should not determine their future. We believe in freedom of religion for all faiths, and we believe in the American spirit, a country founded on ideas, not identity, a country where our differences are embraced, and the only country where the word dream has been attached to it. Because in America, your life is yours to chart. So if you're hearing these things and thinking to yourself, that is the kind of country that I want to live in, well, whether you realize it or not, you are a Trump supporter. I encourage you to see beyond the facade that so many other politicians employ. They mask themselves in disguises of decency as they try to pressure us to mask our own identities and beliefs. My father is the only person to challenge the establishment, the entrenched bureaucracy, big pharma, and media monopolies to ensure that Americans' constitutional freedoms are upheld and that justice and truth prevail. My father does not run away from challenges, even in the face of outright hatred, because fighting for America is something he will sacrifice anything for. He dreams big dreams for our country, and he is relentless at achieving them. You see, Make America Great Again is not a slogan for my father. It is what drives him to keep his promise of doing what is right for American citizens. The energy of change and opportunity is with us. God has blessed us with unstoppable spirit, his spirit, the American spirit. My dad has proven to be driven by that spirit. He has demonstrated his faith and his uncompromising heart and actions. My father has made me believe that America can truly be great again. If you care about living your life without restraints, about rebelling against those who would suppress your voice and building your American dream, then the choice in this election is clear. A vote for my father, Donald J. Trump, is a vote to uphold our American ideals. Be true to yourself and stay true to the dream of America. Thank you, and God bless you all.
I'm Kim Reynolds, Governor of the great state of Iowa. I love this state, and I'm so proud to serve its people. Iowa truly is a land of opportunity. It's the birthplace of the computer, it's a landmark of the financial services industry, and as so many of you already know, it's filled with farmland that feeds and fuels the world. It's also home to people who care for one another, who work hard, who love this country, and are truly grateful for the freedoms it provides. As I like to say, Iowa is one big small town. Neighbor helping neighbor is in our DNA. From the sick farmer who can't harvest his crops, to the single mom who loses her job and is struggling to get back on her feet, the town, the community, helps them get through it. But what happens when a storm rips through almost the entire state? When it's not one farmer who lost his crop, but hundreds. When it's not one neighbor who was without food, but thousands. That happened just 2 weeks ago. A storm called a derecho with hurricane-force winds of up to 140 miles per hour wiped out millions of acres of crops, left thousands without power. It destroyed homes, wrecked lives, and left devastation in its wake. It was the worst storm in our state's history. And Iowans did what you expect Iowans to do. They helped each other, they took care of each other, and they still are. But someone else had our back, our president. When the winds had finished raging and the cleanup had only begun, he showed up. Now, you might not know that because the national media didn't report it, but the Trump administration was here in full force. The day after the storm, the president called to assure me that we had the full backing of the federal government. And later that week, Vice President Pence came to Iowa to again assure us that the president and his administration were behind us. With the help of the Trump administration, we quickly received a major disaster declaration that will help Iowans get back on their feet. The president, he cut through the bureaucracy to do what needed to be done and to do it quickly. But that's not the first time President Trump showed Iowans that we can rely on him. In 2019, when 100-year floods breached nearly every levee and devastated communities large and small along the Missouri River in Iowa, Nebraska, and Missouri, the president approved our request for aid in record time, in just 2 days. Well, this year, he did it in less than 24 hours. So whether it's providing needed relief to farmers who were the target of China's unfair trade practices, hammering out new free and fair trade deals, or fighting for workers and small businesses who were hit hard by COVID-19, we have a president and a vice president who get things done. And because of President Trump and his leadership, our country is able to bounce back from setbacks and see opportunity grow and thrive. This is an administration of action and outcomes. They are delivering every day on their promise to make America great again. And that's exactly why we need to re-elect President Donald J. Trump in November. Thank you, and may God bless the United States of America.
America, the land of opportunity, a country where your own resolution to succeed is more important than any other. Abraham Lincoln's words from 165 years ago still resonate today because of who we are and because of what we are. A country where a boy born into poverty in a log cabin, raised right here on the frontier of Indiana, could educate himself, become a lawyer, become a president of the United States who would preserve the Union, abolish slavery, and save the nation. As a fellow Hoosier, visiting Lincoln's boyhood home has always been a treasured experience for me and my family. It's a place that made Lincoln. It shaped Lincoln and defined the man that Lincoln would become. America is the land of opportunity. As President Donald Trump declared at Mount Rushmore, in America you can do anything. You can be anything. And together, we can achieve anything. Every day, President Donald Trump is fighting to protect the promise of American liberty. Every day, our president's been fighting to expand the reach of the American dream. And on every single day, without fail, President Donald Trump has been fighting for you. So tonight, I'd like to introduce you to a few remarkable Americans who represent that solemn pledge, who embody our president's unbreakable devotion to ensuring that America is a land of unlimited opportunity for all. Jack is an 8-year-old from Wisconsin who was struggling academically and socially in school. But Jack's mom, Sarah, who works 3 jobs to support her son, applied for Wisconsin's school choice voucher program.
We're glad that we were able to get the school choice voucher to go to that school. With Jack, he would have slipped through the cracks in public schools, and having the option to go to a school that fits him has been a real game changer for us. And I know that because of that opportunity that he's going to succeed and he's going to achieve that goal of being an apparatus engineer, if that's what he chooses to stick with.
Laura McClin is a mother of another inspiring boy, Jordan. Jordan has Duchenne muscular dystrophy, a fatal muscle weakening disorder. Jordan was at my side in Indiana when, as governor, I signed a law allowing terminally ill patients to access experimental drugs not yet approved by the FDA. In 2018, President Trump signed the landmark federal Right to Try bill into law. Thanks to the president's leadership, critically ill patients have the right to access life-saving experimental treatments.
We started fighting for Right to Try, which basically says if you have a terminal illness and there's a drug that exists and you don't qualify for the clinical trial, there's no other way to receive it. This is a unique pathway that allows you to have access. You made us a promise back in Indiana that you would do whatever it took to help Jordan, and we're so grateful that you joined us on this journey and stuck it out until it became law so that other people could access treatments.
So, Jordan, if President Trump was standing right there, what would you say to him today about Right to Try?
Thank you for being a hero to everybody in the country.
Judge Cheryl Allen made history in 2007 when she became the first African-American woman to be elected to serve on the Pennsylvania Superior Court. It's because of leaders like Judge Allen that our nation has overcome our greatest challenges. In this time of racial division in the country,
Yes.
do you see faith and values and
Absolutely.
the strong stand that President Trump has taken for equality of opportunity as a pathway toward bringing the country together?
As a senior citizen, I'll leave it at that. I know what racism feels like, but I also know that but for my being in this country, I would have never been able to achieve the things that I have been able to achieve. There are injustices, but the way to deal with those injustices is for people to sit down across the table and talk and come up with solutions. I do believe that President Trump is committed to that. In 2016, I have to confess that I really did not know candidate Trump at the time, but I have to say that he really won me over.
Gino's a truck driver from Ohio who heard politicians for years make empty promises about defending American jobs, only to see those promises broken again and again. But in 2019, when General Motors closed its plant in Lordstown, Ohio, President Donald Trump refused to stand by and watch it happen. And as Gino observed, this president reached out to General Motors to find a way to bring jobs back to Lordstown. And plans were soon set into motion to create Lordstown Motors.
President Trump says, this is how we fix it. And I thought, well, that's a simple solution. There's no other president that could have done it. There's no one that has even tried to do it. President Trump's a doer. He appreciates every one of us, and I know he does. I've seen it. When he said, make America great again, that was his task. That wasn't his slogan. That was his task. And every hat you see that says MAGA on it, that's what your president's doing for you. Thank you, Mr. President, for keeping the promises that you made.
And then there's Pastor Aaron Johnson. Today, he's the executive director of the Tulsa Dream Center, a nonprofit that provides education and medical services and food to those in need. AJ, you've got a great personal story. When you see the way this president, this administration have been leaning in to create opportunities, investments in communities around the country to create jobs, expanding educational choice, what does that mean to the families that you serve every day?
It means so much to our families. I did grow up in a single-parent home, and so we serve over 600 boys and girls right now on a daily basis, even in COVID. And so for us to give these moms to have an opportunity to take more money on their check, on their paycheck home back to them, to have their children be able to go to a school that they may not have the opportunity to otherwise, it means so much to us. There's been so much greater opportunity for individuals to come together in any walk of life. People have really been able to see such a positive change and been filled with hope, especially throughout this time.
Lydia left hearth and home, friends and family in Honduras to pursue a better life here in America. While raising their 4 daughters, Lydia and her husband run a small business that creates security systems. But just months after their business was up and running, our nation was struck by a global pandemic. That's when President Donald Trump stepped in and enacted the largest financial relief package in American history. Her small business stayed in business, and her American dream kept running strong. What did the Paycheck Protection Program mean to your company as the coronavirus struck?
Yeah, it was a huge, tremendous help and a big blessing. And so we applied, we were accepted really quickly. We were so grateful. You can't believe how much relief we had. We wanted to continue serving our clients. We want to continue growing our economy, right? We want to all continue to move forward. So we were able to make it. Because of the support of family and friends, the government. I tell my children, they are born here in the U.S. And I tell them, you are so blessed to live in America.
Here at Abraham Lincoln's boyhood home, a young man would grow up to become the first Republican president of the United States. And today, another Republican president is fighting to preserve that same noble legacy of freedom. And President Donald Trump will make certain that the torch of American opportunity illuminates every city, every town, and every community in this blessed land.
Hi, I'm Ryan Holitz. I'm a police officer from New Mexico. In 2017, I had an encounter that changed my life forever. I had just started my shift and responded to a call for service at a gas station. When I arrived, I saw a man and a woman sitting on a grassy slope. I recognized the telltale signs, a needle, a spoon. I knew immediately that they were preparing to inject themselves with heroin. Sadly, this is a common sight for me. I encounter the ravages of addiction every day. But nothing could prepare me for what I discovered as I approached them. The woman was very pregnant. In my shock, I asked her if she knew that she was harming her baby by doing drugs. She crumbled and burst into tears. 2 worlds collided as I knelt down beside her. A police officer and a homeless drug addict, brought together by forces outside of our control. As we talked, our humanity, distinct from our stations in life, was made abundantly clear. Her name was Crystal, and in the midst of her suffering, she confided that she loved her unborn baby. She wanted the best for her child. In that moment, I saw her the way that all of you who know and love an addict see them, as fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, children, cousins, and friends, as human beings, full of value and dignity, but robbed of their potential by this disease. When Crystal said that she was looking for a family to adopt her baby, God showed me exactly what I had to do. Without hesitation, I told her that my family would welcome her baby through adoption. Today, our beautiful daughter Hope is a thriving 2-year-old. Crystal is fast approaching 3 years of recovery. She is a dear friend and a constant inspiration to me and others. I hold a special place in my heart for those facing opioid addiction, and that's why I'm enormously grateful to the President for his leadership in fighting this deadly enemy. Through his efforts, we're turning the tide on the crisis of addiction. President Trump declared the opioid crisis to be a public health emergency and then secured $6 billion in new federal funding to help Americans fight opioid abuse. He invested an additional $100 million to stop the opioid crisis in rural America. And in a move that strikes at the root of the problem, he implemented a safer prescribing plan aimed at reducing opioid prescriptions by over a third within 3 years. This is an effort that stops addiction before it ever gains a hold in someone's life. And it's having an impact. Drug overdose deaths decreased in 2018 for the first time in 30 years. Many of the states hardest hit by the opioid crisis are seeing the largest drop in deaths. We're seeing that doctors are writing fewer prescriptions for opioid pain drugs. These are significant improvements that have a meaningful impact. I think we are fortunate, America, to have a president who cares deeply for the downtrodden and who works tirelessly to find solutions. A president who doesn't just talk about problems, but stops and helps. President Trump is the leader we've needed the last 4 years, and he is the leader we need for the next 4. You see, Donald Trump is the right president at the right time. Let's make sure he's reelected on November 3rd. I pray God's blessings on you and your family, and may God bless America.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Nunez, and I'm proud to serve as Lieutenant Governor of the great state of Florida. Tonight, I'm honored to share my story of faith, family, and American freedom. As the daughter of Cuban immigrants, my story began in 1959, before I was born, when my parents' dreams of a prosperous life became a nightmare. Chaos spread quickly when Fidel Castro took control of Cuba. The government confiscated private property, stealing people's homes, farms, and businesses. For my parents, the difficult decision to flee communist Cuba came when the Castro regime abolished religious freedom. Fellow Americans, the fabric of our nation is in peril. Daily, the radical left systematically chisels away at the freedoms we cherish. They peddle dangerous ideologies, cower to global progressives, and normalize socialism to dismantle our Constitution. Let me assure you, socialism doesn't offer opportunity. Socialism deprives. It is a falsehood that feigns promises for its masses and consistently yields only misery. President Ronald Reagan warned, if we lose freedom here, there's no place to escape to. Truer words have never been spoken. Americans have a choice. We can go down a dark road of chaos and government control, or we can choose the path of freedom and opportunity that was paved by those who sacrificed everything to preserve the American dream for future generations. I have faith that Americans will choose the right path. In 2016, our country yearned for a leader who would work tirelessly to jumpstart our economy and fight for hardworking Americans. Since day one, President Donald Trump has put America first. His pro-growth, pro-jobs agenda has ushered in historically low unemployment, record job creation, higher wages, and rising homeownership. The president is fighting to rescue American jobs and industries for places like Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Puerto Rico, jobs that were needlessly shipped overseas. He's defended our religious freedom, stood with democratic allies like Colombia, and shown unwavering resolve while confronting tyrants in countries like Venezuela, Cuba, China, and Nicaragua. Let us join our president in his vow that America will never be a socialist country. Supporting our president requires action. Join me tonight and text VOTE to 88022. we must continue to support our Commander-in-Chief, who has a bold agenda that safeguards the rights and freedoms protected under our Constitution. Today, more than ever, that means supporting our men and women in law enforcement and our heroes in uniform. It means fighting to provide the best quality education by empowering parents and preserving school choice. And it means rejecting the socialist takeover of our nation that will destroy the innovation, economic vitality, and freedoms we hold so dear. As a daughter of immigrants, a wife, a mother of 3, and the first Latina lieutenant governor in the history of the state of Florida, it is my distinct privilege to share my story, which is really your story, and the story of a nation that has opened its doors, lifted its people, and yielded success in a way only the United States of America can. Together, let's ensure 4 more years for President Donald J. Trump so that he can continue protecting our republic, and so one day, our children can proudly tell the story of what our generation did to defend the values of faith, family, and freedom. Thank you. May God bless each one of you, and may God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Acting Secretary Wolf, I present to you 5 candidates for naturalization representing 5 countries.
On behalf of everyone here today, I'd like to express my gratitude to you, Mr. President, for hosting this naturalization ceremony here at the White House. To our candidates, it is my honor to administer the oath of allegiance and welcome you as our fellow citizens. Candidates for naturalization, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I hereby declare an oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state or sovereignty, of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen, that I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America, against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will bear arms on behalf of the United States, when required by law, that I will perform non-combatant service in the armed forces of the U.S. When required by law, that I will perform work of national importance under civilian direction when required by law, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Congratulations, you're now citizens of the United States of America. On behalf of the Department of Homeland Security, it is my honor to call you my fellow Americans. Mr. President, I want to again commend you for your dedication to the rule of law and for restoring integrity to our immigration system. Thank you for hosting such a patriotic celebration here at the White House today.
Congratulations, that's fantastic. It's really great, thank you. And I want to thank Acting Secretary Wolf, doing a phenomenal job in so many ways. Today, America rejoices as we welcome 5 absolutely incredible new members into our great American family. You are now fellow citizens of the greatest nation on the face of God's earth. Congratulations. Great going. You followed the rules, you obeyed the laws, you learned your history, embraced our values, and proved yourselves to be men and women of the highest integrity. It's not so easy. You went through a lot, and we appreciate you being here with us today. You've earned the most prized, treasured, cherished, and priceless possession anywhere in the world. It's called American citizenship. There is no higher honor and no greater privilege, and it's an honor for me to be your president. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to recognize the 5 new citizens who join us today. Robert Martin Ramirez Alcazar is from Bolivia and has been a lawful permanent resident of the United States since 2013. Robert? Hi, Robert. He and his wife are raising 3 beautiful children. In 2017, Robert achieved the dream of starting his own business, a construction company that now employs 5 workers. Robert says, "I love this country. I want to respect the law. America has helped me so much in life." Robert, thank you very much for your devotion.
Thank you for the opportunities to the United States.
Well, thank you, and good luck with that company. Soon you'll have hundreds of employees, I think, right? Could happen, it will. Rima Gideon is from Lebanon and is the proud mother of 3 children. Rima speaks English, Arabic, and French, and earned a degree in psychology. In other words, she can figure me out. She now works as a daycare teacher in Virginia. Rima says, "I feel blessed to be a loyal citizen of the greatest country in the world, a country that has given me the opportunity of a lifetime to realize my potential and my dreams." Rima, congratulations. It's really great. Thank you. Oh, that's very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sudha Sundari Narayan is a phenomenal success, born in India, came to the United States 13 years ago. Sudha is a talented software developer, and she and her husband are raising 2 beautiful, wonderful children, the apples of your life, right? Yes, they are. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations. Fantastic job. Thank you. Nemet Abdelzim Awal-Said is from Sudan, and that's a beautiful name, and has been a lawful permanent resident since 2012. She is the married mother of 3 beautiful children, earned a master's degree and PhD in animal nutrition from the University of Wyoming, great place, great state, and she is a trained veterinarian. She's also worked as a substitute teacher for the Alexandria Public Schools since 2004. That's fantastic. Well, Nemet, thank you very much, and congratulations. It's my honor to be with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Salah Abdul Samad has been looking forward to this day since he arrived in the United States from Ghana in 2015. Salih speaks 5 languages and works the medical field. Salih says that the American citizenship means everything to me in my life. It cannot be measured or quantified. I have the chance to work hard and succeed in life, to know that I am in the safe country like America. That really is something, because I know they have my back. Salih, thank you very much. Congratulations. Fantastic job. Congratulations to everybody. With the rights and freedoms each of you now enjoys as citizens, there is no dream beyond your wildest reach, because Americans can do anything. Today, you have also accepted the profound duties and responsibilities that come with American citizenship. By swearing the oath of allegiance, each of you has entered a sacred and unbreakable covenant with our nation. You have pledged your undying loyalty to the American people, the American Constitution, and the American way of life. The history and heritage of the United States are now yours to preserve and pass down to the next generation. Our culture, our traditions, and our values are now yours to uphold and live by. The rights so dear to every American, granted by us and granted by God, and enshrined in our glorious Bill of Rights, are now yours to support, protect, and defend. As citizens, you're now stewards of this magnificent nation, a family comprised of every race, color, religion, and creed. United by the bonds of love, we are one people, sharing one home, saluting one great American flag. Congratulations again to all of you. May God bless you, and may God bless our great country, America. Thank you so much.
Good evening, America. When I stood on this convention stage 4 years ago, no one fully understood the historic change that was about to take place. We could all feel it. Something was happening. A movement was forming just below the surface. The forgotten man and woman, voiceless in Washington, D.C., were preparing to rise up. Our movement followed the pattern of so many that came before us. First, we were ignored. Then we were laughed at. Then they fought us. And then, together, we won. From that moment forward, America came first. America started winning again. America became respected again. But with every movement, there's a counter-movement. In the view of the radical Democrats, America is the source of the world's problems. As a result, they believe the only path forward is to erase history and forget the past. They want to destroy the monuments of our forefathers. They want to disrespect our flag, burn the stars and stripes that represent patriotism and the American dream. They want to disrespect our national anthem by taking a knee while our armed forces lay down their lives every day to protect our freedom. They do not want the Pledge of Allegiance in our schools. Many of them don't want one nation under God. The Democrats want to defund and disrespect our law enforcement. The Democrats want an America where your thoughts and opinions are censored when they do not align with their own. President Reagan said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for, and it must be protected." This is the fight that we are in right now, and it is a fight that only my father can win. My father ran not because he needed the job, but because he knew hardworking people across this great country were being left behind. The media mocked these patriots in the flyover states in which they lived. They ignored the Trump flags. They ignored the millions of MAGA banners and barns painted in red, white, and blue. The silent majority had no one fighting for them in either party. Their so-called leaders were bowing to China, bribing Iran, and spending more time worrying about how they'd be received by the elites in Paris than how Americans would provide for their families in Pittsburgh. Our family lost friends, but it only pushed us to fight harder. My father pledged to every American in every city, state, and town that he was going to make America great again. And so began the Great American Comeback. Almost immediately, taxes were slashed, regulations were cut, and the economy soared to new heights, heights never seen before. Wages went through the roof. Unemployment reached historic lows, especially for Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, and women. Trade deals were ripped up and renegotiated. Lights were turned back on in abandoned factories across our country. Trillions of dollars were repatriated back to the United States, which had been sitting in foreign lands for far too long. Once again, America became the envy of the world. And with that renewed strength came leverage. The president demanded that our allies pay their fair share for the defense of the Western world. My father rebuilt the mighty American military, adding new jets, aircraft carriers. He increased wages for our incredible men and women in uniform. He expanded our military defense budget to $721 billion per year. America was no longer weak in the eye of the enemy. The moment President Trump ordered special forces to kill some of the deadliest terrorists on the planet, the day the mighty Moab was dropped on insurgent camps, is the day America took a stance to never be defeated by the enemy. Al-Baghdadi, Soleimani, dead. Over and over, issue after issue, the economy, the wall, the military, trade deals, tax cuts, Supreme Court justices, VA hospitals, prescription drugs, school choice, right to try, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, peace in the Middle East. Never-ending wars were finally ended. Promises made and promises for the first time were kept. Most politicians spend their entire careers in Washington, D.C. and get absolutely nothing accomplished. For example, Joe Biden. Joe Biden is a politician who has been in government for 47 years. He's a career politician who's never signed the front of a check and does not know the slightest thing about the American worker or the American business, the engine which fuels the greatest economy the world has ever known. The same politician who has been a total pushover for communist China, and someone who would be a giant relief for terrorists who now have spent years running, hiding, and being taken out by the most talented military known to man. Joe Biden has pledged to raise your taxes by $4 trillion. 82% of Americans will see their taxes go up significantly. Biden has pledged to stop border wall construction and give amnesty and health care to all illegal immigrants. Biden has pledged to defund the police and take away your cherished Second Amendment. My father, on the other hand, delivered the largest tax cuts in American history, knows if you do not have a border, you do not have a country, and will always support law enforcement and your right to keep and bear arms. Every day, my father fights for the American people, the forgotten man and woman of this country, the ones who embody the American spirit, which is unlike anything else in the world. It built the New York City skyline. It built the Hoover Dam. And soon, under my father's leadership, it will send Americans to Mars. The American spirit can be felt in the majesty of the Grand Canyon, the shadows of Mount Rushmore, and the stillness of the air at Gettysburg. It can be seen in the wide-eyed wonder of every American child as they take their first breath in the greatest country the world has ever known. Fascism, it defeated communism, and in 68 days, it will defeat the empty, oppressive, and radical views of the extreme left. Ronald Reagan's quote ends with this simple warning. One day we could spend our sunset years telling our children what it was once like in the United States where men and women were free. Under President Trump, freedom will never be a thing of the past. That's what a vote for Donald Trump represents. It's a vote for the American spirit, the American dream, and for the American flag. To the law enforcement officer who's being attacked, betrayed, and whose job they are trying to make extinct, my father will fight for you. To all houses of worship and to all people of faith stripped of our religious freedoms and religious liberties, my father will fight for you. To the voiceless, shamed, censored, and canceled, my father will fight for you. To our farmers who work dawn to dusk to keep our plates full, my father will fight for you. To every single mother and father, to our veterans, our coal miners, and to the American worker, my father will fight for you. And to every proud American who bleeds red, white, and blue, my father will continue to fight for you. In closing, I'd like to speak directly to my father. I miss working alongside you every single day, but I'm damn proud to be on the front lines of this fight. I'm proud of what you're doing for this country. I'm proud to show my children what their grandfather is fighting for. I'm proud to watch you give them hell. Never stop. Continue to be unapologetic. Keep fighting for what is right. You are making America strong again. You are making America safe again. You are making America proud again. And yes, together with a forgotten man and woman who are finally forgotten no more, you are making America great again. Dad, let's make Uncle Robert very proud this week. Let's go get another 4 years. I love you very much. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
We're going to build a future of safety and opportunity for Americans of every race, color, religion, and creed.
Our president has created such a surplus that when this pandemic hit, he was able to refund Americans without indebting us.
We're all better off when former inmates can receive and re-enter society as law-abiding, productive citizens. They now have a chance at more opportunities than they've ever had before.
To be incarcerated for 16 and a half years for hearsay. I get emotional thinking about it. It's a feeling that I can't describe.
When people say we're oppressed here in the United States, how?
Right now, this country, for me, is the last beacon of hope and opportunity. If America falls, the entire world falls.
Trump's pledge to the American workers definitely means a lot to me because I wouldn't be where I'm at today. I truly believe that my kids are going to look up to me one day. It's just tremendous what I could do, I guess.
The forgotten men and women will never be forgotten again.
You know, in Biden's America, there aren't opportunity zones. Here you have an administration that actually looks at how can government and private enterprise work together.
As we fight to deliver a better future for all women and for all Americans, we remember the wonderful victory 1 century ago.
And in the following November, the ladies appeared at the polls on Election Day by the hundreds of thousands. They had won their right to vote.
Before the China virus set in, it struck our nation. Women had gained 4.3 million jobs, a record. The women's unemployment rate had plummeted to the lowest level in more than 65 years. And last year, over 70% of the new jobs went to women. And I will say we're coming back very strongly.
We have the most opportunity.
That's the American story, isn't it? That we have hope, that even though we're in dark days now, that the days ahead hold greater possibilities because of the opportunities that we've been given in our country.
And we will make America great again.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Cameron. I'm 34 years old and the first African-American Attorney General in Kentucky history. It is an honor to be with you as a proud Republican and supporter of Donald J. Trump. I was raised in Kentucky, just a few miles from Abraham Lincoln's birthplace. Our first Republican president believed in compassion, self-reliance, freedom, equality, and justice. Sadly, there are some who don't believe in this wisdom or in the better angels of our shared American history as they tear down the statues of people like Ulysses S. Grant, Frederick Douglass, and even Mr. Lincoln himself. Lincoln said, "Any nation that does not honor its heroes will not long endure." And for Republicans, our heroes are those who propelled an imperfect nation ever forward, always striving to make life better for everyone. Even as anarchists mindlessly tear up American cities while attacking police and innocent bystanders, we Republicans do recognize those who work in good faith towards peace, justice, and equality. In fact, it was General Dwight Eisenhower, a future Republican president, who said, "Democracy is a system that recognizes the equality of humans before the law." Whether you are the family of Breonna Taylor or David Dorn, these are the ideals that will heal our nation's wounds. Republicans will never turn a blind eye to unjust acts, but neither will we accept an all-out assault on Western civilization. My values were shaped by my faith and by my parents. I worked at their small coffee shop, meeting people from all walks of life. And I realized something. No matter who we are, everyone needs a cup of coffee. That lesson stuck with me because despite our differences, we all want the same things. For our children to have more opportunities than we did, to feel the dignity of work, and to believe that if you play by the rules, you can make a good life for yourself and your family. So the question is, will we choose the path that gives us the best chance to meet those universal desires? Or will we go backward to a time when people were treated like political commodities who can't be trusted to think for themselves? I think often about my ancestors who struggled for freedom. And as I think of those giants and their broad shoulders, I also think about Joe Biden, who says, if you aren't voting for me, you ain't black, who argued that Republicans would put us back in chains, who says there is no diversity of thought in the black community. Mr. Vice President, look at me. I am black. We are not all the same, sir. I am not in chains. My mind is my own, and you can't tell me how to vote because of the color of my skin. Joe Biden is a backwards thinker in a world that is craving forward-looking leadership. There's no wisdom in his record or plan, just a trail of discredited ideas and offensive statements. Joe Biden would destroy jobs, raise our taxes, and throw away the lives of countless unborn children. And he is captive to the radical left, a movement committed to cancel culture and the destruction of public discourse. They believe your skin color must dictate your politics. And if you fail to conform while exercising your God-given right to speak and think freely, they will cut you down. The politics of identity, cancellation, and mob rule are not acceptable to me. Republicans trust you to think for yourself and to pursue your American dream however you see fit. Mr. Lincoln said the dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise to the occasion. I believe Donald Trump can meet Lincoln's mandate, even as Joe Biden remains trapped by his own failed record and by the radicals who dominate his party. Let's be honest, no one is excited about Joe Biden, and so I ask you to judge the record. On criminal justice reform, Joe Biden couldn't do it, but President Trump did. On the economy, Joe Biden couldn't do it, but President Trump did build an economy that worked for everyone, especially minorities, and he will do it again. And on immigration, Joe Biden promises more to illegal immigrants than he does to you. But President Trump believes his highest duty is to the American worker. The choice is clear. Let me close with something my mom told me. This country's many faces comprise a family, not separate parts to be divided against each other. And like any family, we care for one another. We grieve together. We share our burdens and our struggles, and we celebrate our successes. And though we fuss and fight, we are not enemies. We are Americans, united by a collective faith in our Constitution and laws and the fundamental fairness they represent. We are defenders of life and of individual liberty, and we carry the mantle of Eisenhower and of Reagan to be a force for good in this world, and one that must always be reckoned with. That's my Republican Party, the party of Lincoln, that believes America is an indispensable nation, an evergreen tree, standing tall in a turbulent world. And that's why I am voting for Donald Trump for president. Thank you, and God bless.
Hi, I'm Mike Pompeo. I'm speaking to you from beautiful Jerusalem, looking out over the old city. I have a big job as Susan's husband and Nick's dad. Susan and Nick are more safe, and their freedom's more secure because President Trump has put his America First vision into action. It may not have made him popular in every foreign capital, but it's worked. President Trump understands what my great fellow Kansan President Eisenhower said. For all that we cherish and justly desire for ourselves or for our children. The securing of peace is the first requisite. Indeed, the primary constitutional function of the national government is ensuring that your family and mine are safe and enjoy the freedom to live, to work, to learn, and to worship as they choose. Delivering on this duty to keep us safe and our freedoms intact, this president has led bold initiatives in nearly every corner of the world. In China, he's pulled back the curtain on the predatory aggression of the Chinese Communist Party. The president has held China accountable for covering up the China virus and allowing it to spread death and economic destruction in America and around the world. And he will not rest until justice is done. He has ensured that the Chinese Communist Party spies posing as diplomats in America are jailed or sent back to China. And he has ended the ridiculously unfair trade arrangement with China that punched a hole in our economy. Those jobs are coming back home. In North Korea, the president lowered the temperature and against all odds got the North Korean leadership to the table. No nuclear tests, no long-range missile tests, and Americans held captive in North Korea came home to their families, as did the precious remains of scores of heroes who fought in Korea. Today, because of President Trump, NATO is stronger, Ukraine has defensive weapon systems, and America left a harmful treaty so our nation can now build missiles to deter Russian aggression. And in the Middle East, when Iran threatened, the president approved a strike that killed the Iranian terrorist Qasem Soleimani. This is the man most responsible for the murder and maiming of hundreds of American soldiers and thousands of Christians across the Middle East. And you'll recall, too, that when the president took office, radical Islamic terrorists had beheaded Americans, and ISIS controlled a territory in the size of Great Britain. Today, because of the president's determination and leadership, the ISIS caliphate is wiped out. It's gone. Its evil leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, is dead. And our brave soldiers, they're on their way home. The president exited the U.S. from the disastrous nuclear deal with Iran and squeezed the Ayatollah, Hezbollah, and Hamas. The president, too, moved the U.S. Embassy to this very city of God, Jerusalem, the rightful capital of the Jewish homeland. And just 2 weeks ago, the president brokered a historic peace deal between Israel and the United Arab Emirates. This is a deal that our grandchildren will read about in their history books. You know, as a soldier, I saw firsthand people desperate to flee to freedom. The way each of us can best ensure our freedoms is by electing leaders who don't just talk, but who deliver. An American hostage, imprisoned in Turkey for 2 years, Pastor Andrew Brunson, said upon his release that he survived his ordeal with these words of Scripture: "Be faithful, endure, and finish well. If we stay the course, we will." May God richly bless you, and may God bless our great nation, the United States of America.
It is my great honor to present First Lady Melania Trump.
First Lady Melania Trump. First Lady Melania Trump officially kicking off her Be Best initiative.
She is courageous. She's taking on a tough topic.
Focused on the well-being of children, social media use, and opioid abuse.
Let's join together in committing to help children dream big, think big, and do all they can to be best in everything they do.
This is her showcasing what she brings to the position of First Lady.
She is smart, independent, and I think people have underestimated her big time.
The First Lady was amazing. She was gracious, empathetic, and showed true compassion.
First Lady Melania Trump stepping out onto the world stage.
Her Be Best campaign is now going international.
She has the advantage of speaking several languages. She can be a diplomat for our country.
The sun was shining. She was greeted by children. This, of course, is her continuing to work on her Be Best campaign by shining a spotlight on successful programs that teach children tools and skills.
She represents our country with enormous warmth and elegance and grace.
Throughout history, women have made lasting impacts on society, and these women represent the strength of the female spirit. As First Lady of the United States, I'm proud of what this country continues to do for women. We as women must continue using our great tool of empowerment, our voices.
It was a very important moment for Melania Trump. This was a really prominent week for her.
The iconic White House Rose Garden has been renovated for the first time in 60 years.
When the history books are written, there should be a special chapter reserved for our First Lady.
She is an incredible First Lady. An amazing mother, an incredible woman, First Lady Melania Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the First Lady of the United States, Mrs. Melania Trump.
Good evening. It seems like just yesterday that we were at our first convention, where my husband accepted the Republican nomination and then became our 45th President of the United States. Yet the energy and enthusiasm for who should lead this nation, it is real today as it was 4 years ago. I know I speak for my husband and the entire family when I say we have not forgotten the incredible people who were willing to take a chance on the businessmen who had never worked in politics. We know it was you who elected him to be Commander-in-Chief, and we know it is you who will carry us through again. We were humbled by the incredible support then, and we are still grateful today. I want to acknowledge the fact that since March, our lives have changed drastically. The invisible enemy, COVID-19, swept across our beautiful country and impacted all of us. My deepest sympathy goes out to everyone who has lost a loved one, and my prayers are with those who are ill or suffering. I know many people are anxious and some feel helpless. I want you to know you're not alone. My husband's administration will not stop fighting until there is an effective treatment or vaccine available to everyone. Donald will not rest until he has done all he can to take care of everyone impacted by this terrible pandemic. I want to extend my gratitude to all of the healthcare professionals, frontline workers, and teachers who stepped up in these difficult times. Despite the risk to yourselves and your own families, you put our country first, and my husband and I are grateful. I have been moved by the way Americans have come together in such an unfamiliar and often frightening situation. It is in times like this that we will look back and tell our grandchildren that through kindness and compassion, strength and determination, we were able to restore the promise of our future. Businesses stepped up and volunteers stepped in. People were eager to share ideas, resources, and support of all kinds with neighbors and strangers alike. It has been inspiring to see what the people of our great nation will do for one another, especially when we are at our most fragile. Speaking of strength and determination, we recently celebrated the 100-year anniversary of the passage of the 19th Amendment. Yesterday, on the North Lawn of the White House, we unveiled an exhibit dedicated to women's suffrage. The exhibit called on children from across the country to send art honoring the meaning of this important time in women's history. When I was judging the entries, I reflected on the impact of women's voices in our nation's story, and how proud I will be to cast my vote again for Donald this November. We must make sure that women are heard and that the American dream continues to thrive. Growing up as a young child in Slovenia, which was under communist rule at the time, I always heard about an amazing place called America, a land that stood for freedom and opportunity. As I grew older, it became my goal to move to the United States and follow my dream of working in the fashion industry. My parents worked very hard to ensure our family could not only live and prosper in America, but also contribute to a nation that allows for people to arrive with a dream and make it reality. I want to take the moment to thank my mother and father for all they have done for our family. It is because of you that I'm standing here today. I arrived in the United States when I was 26 years old. Living and working in the land of opportunity was a dream come true, but I wanted more. I wanted to be a citizen. After 10 years of paperwork and patience, I studied for the test in 2006 and became an American citizen. It is still one of the proudest moments in my life because with hard work and determination, I was able to achieve my own American dream. As an immigrant and a very independent woman, I understand what a privilege it is to live here and to enjoy the freedoms and opportunities that we have. As First Lady, I have been fortunate to see the American dream come true over and over again. I have met many inspiring women, children, parents, and families who have overcome life-changing issues that include addiction, homelessness, family members who are ill or have passed away, abuse of all kinds, and many other challenges that would make most people give up. The past 3.5 years have been unforgettable. There are no words to describe how honored, humbled, and fortunate I am to serve our nation as your First Lady. After many of the experiences I've had, I don't know if I can fully explain how many people I take home with me in my heart each day. From brave soldiers who give up so much so that we can be free, to children of all circumstances who I have met around the world. Thank you for inspiring me. It is my greatest honor to serve you. When I speak to members of the military, despite sacrificing time with their families, experience the fear of war or suffering loss, they have no regrets about serving our country. The same goes for their families and the families of first responders who often watch their loved ones walk out the door, not sure if or when they will come home. When I speak to families who have lost someone, the pain mixed with pride I hear in their voices is something I think about often. So thank you to all who serve our country in the military and as first responders. And thank you to the families who wait for them. You are our heroes in your own right. I have also been moved by the many children and families I've spent time with at hospitals, schools, and other locations around the world. Children who are dealing with pain or illness that would break even the strongest adult. Parents who are grateful to wake up every day and see that their child is still alive. These families are a testament to what faith and medicine, strength and science can do. On my first international trip as First Lady, my husband and I visited places of great significance to the three major religions: Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. One special memory from that trip is of a young boy I had privilege of visiting while at Bambino Gesù Hospital in Rome, Italy. While there, I read the little boy a story and learned that he and his family had been waiting for a heart for a very long time, and he had a grim prognosis. His situation brought my staff and me to tears, and we spoke of a little else as we flew to Belgium for the next part of our trip. Upon landing just a few hours later, we learned that a heart had been donated and would be going to the little one. I think about him often, along with so many amazing and strong young patients across our own country. More profound and sadly unavoidable examples of our country's strength and character have occurred in the communities that have been impacted by natural disasters. Hurricanes, tornadoes, and flooding may show the ugly side of Mother Nature, but in their aftermath, they can show us a beautiful side of humanity. My husband and I have visited many places that have been affected by natural disaster, and we are deeply moved by the strength of the people who have lost everything and the kindness of neighbors and communities. The common thread in all of these challenging situations is the unwavering resolve to help one another. I recognize the stories I just told about people who survive extraordinary circumstances. But Donald and I are also inspired by the millions of Americans who wake up each day with a simple yet courageous goal of providing for their families and keeping them safe. You are the backbone of this country. You are the people who continue to make the United States of America what it is, and who have the incredible responsibility of preparing our future generations to leave everything even better than they found it. Just as you are fighting for your families, my husband, our family, and the people in this administration are here fighting for you. No matter the amount of negative or false media headlines or attacks from the other side. Donald Trump has not and will not lose focus on you. He loves this country, and he knows how to get things done. As you have learned over the past 5 years, he's not a traditional politician. He doesn't just speak words. He demands action, and he gets results. The future of our country has always been very important to him, and it is something that I have always admired. In fact, it is to help ensure a better future for our next generation that I launched Be Best, my initiative to help children achieve their fullest potential. Be Best has one simple goal: teaching youth about the importance of their well-being, both mentally and physically. This also includes understanding online safety and the dangers of opioid and drug abuse. Through Be Best, my office and I have been able to highlight people, programs, and organizations that are doing extraordinary things in our country and around the world. I continue to believe that by shining a light on these positive examples, others across the country and globe will become inspired to do their part for our next generation. Helping children is not a political goal. It is our moral imperative. When I think back to a defining moment of Be Best, my mind goes to a trip I took to Africa. On that vast and beautiful continent, I was able to visit the countries of Ghana, Malawi, Kenya, and Egypt. One of those visits, in particular, had a profound impact on me. Ghana, on the coast of West Africa, was the first stop on my trip, and I experienced firsthand its warm people and their traditions. While there, I visited the Cape Coast Castle and learned more about the beginning of a cruel and often deadly journey in the era of the slave trade. I was horrified when I listened to the guide tell me so many inhumane stories, and I gained new perspectives. It is time in our history we must never forget, so that we can ensure that it never happens again. Like all of you, I have reflected on the racial unrest in our country. It is a harsh reality that we are not proud of parts of our history. I encourage people to focus on our future while still learning from our past. We must remember that today we are all one community comprised of many races, religions, and ethnicities. Our diverse and storied history is what makes our country strong, and yet we still have so much to learn from one another. With that in mind, I like to call on the citizens of this country to take a moment, pause, and look at things from all perspectives. I urge people to come together in a civil manner so we can work and live up to our standard American ideals. I also ask people to stop the violence and looting being done in the name of justice, and never make assumptions based on the color of a person's skin. Instead of tearing things down, let's reflect on our mistakes, be proud of our evolution, and look to our way forward. Every day, let us remember that we are one nation under God, and we need to cherish one another. My husband's administration has worked to try and effect change when it comes to issues around race and religion in this country. He is the first president to address a special session of the United Nations General Assembly to call upon countries across the world to end religious persecution and honor the right of every person to worship as they choose. he has made substantial investments in our historically black colleges and universities. This president also continues to fight for school choice, giving parents more options to help their children flourish. My husband knows how to make a real change. From the day that I met him, he has only wanted to make this country the best it can be. For many years, I watched him grow concerned and frustrated, and I'm so proud to see the many things he has done in such a short time. America is in his heart. So while at times we only see the worst of people and politics on the evening news, let's remember how we come together in the most difficult times. And while debate rages on about issues of race, let's focus on the strides we have made and work together for a better tomorrow for everyone. Our administration has also devoted historic resources and produced life-saving results by raising awareness around opioid addiction and drug abuse, especially for children. When so often the headlines are filled with gossip, I want to take this moment to encourage the media to focus even more on the nation's drug crisis. This disease is one that affects everybody. It pays no attention to race, age, or socioeconomic status. Addiction has touched every part of our society in some way. And now, more than ever, we have programs and medicine to combat it. We just need to talk about it openly. And you, the media, have the platforms to make that happen. To the media industry and as a country, I ask that we all commit to helping in our fights against drug addiction by talking about it even more. Especially as we battle the COVID pandemic, we need to remember that suicides are on the rise as people who are struggling with loneliness and addiction feel they have nowhere to turn. Parents, please talk to your children. Teachers and caregivers, pay attention to signs of addiction. Lawmakers, pass legislation that allows those who ask for help to do so safely and without fear, and to provide resources for organizations that help people impacted by addiction. When the stigma is removed, people will no longer be ashamed to ask for help, and lives will be saved. And if you are struggling with addiction, there is no shame in your illness. Please seek help. You are worth it. In my next 4 years as First Lady, I will continue to build upon Be Best and work with individual states to pass legislation to take care of our most vulnerable. I plan to continue the work I have started with children in foster care, as well as the minority communities and tribal nations. I want to ensure children are being protected and communities have the resources needed to combat drug addiction and child neglect or abuse. Like my husband and the administration, I will continue to encourage education that supports a child's individual needs. It is vital that children are given the building blocks to succeed. I also look forward to continue my work to restore the People's House, which is a lasting symbol of pride for our nation. I believe this iconic home needs to be cared for and preserved so it can be enjoyed by the people of this country and visitors from around the world for years to come. I'm passionate about this beautiful house, the grounds, and all they represent. And now, I have a special message for the mothers of this country. This modern world is moving so fast, and our children face challenges that seem to change every few months. Just like me, I know many of you watch how mean and manipulative social media can be. And just like me, I'm sure many of you are looking for answers how to talk to your children about the downside of technology and their relationships with their peers. Like every parent in this country, I feel there are so many lessons to teach our son and responsibilities as his mother, but there are just not enough hours in the day to do it all. I remind myself that I'm more fortunate than most and still have days that I look for wisdom and strength to do the very best I can for him. To mothers and parents everywhere, you are warriors. In my husband, you have a president who will not stop fighting for you and your families. I see how hard he works each day and night, and despite the unprecedented attacks from the media and opposition, he will not give up. In fact, if you tell him he cannot be done, he just works harder. Donald is a husband who supports me in all that I do. He has built an administration with an unprecedented number of women in leadership roles and has fostered an environment where the American people are always the priority. He welcomes different points of view and encourages thinking outside of the box. I know I speak for my husband and the family when I say we are so grateful that you have trusted him to be your president, and we will be honored to serve this incredible country for 4 more years. As you have heard this evening, I don't want to use this precious time attacking the other side, because as we saw last week, that kind of talk only serves to divide the country further. I'm here because we need my husband to be our president and commander-in-chief for 4 more years. He is what is best for our country. We all know Donald Trump makes no secrets about how he feels about things. Total honesty is what we as citizens deserve from our president. Whether you like it or not, you always know what he's thinking. And that is because he's an authentic person who loves this country and its people and wants to continue to make it better. Donald wants to keep your family safe. He wants to help your family succeed. He wants nothing more than for this country to prosper, and he doesn't waste time playing politics. Almost 4 years ago, we went into Election Day completely underestimated. Despite what is being said again this year, I know, just as you do, that Americans will go to the polls and vote on the behalf of their families, our economy, our national security, and our children's future. To vote for those ideals is not a partisan vote. It is a common sense vote, because those are goals and hopes that we all believe in. I believe that we need my husband's leadership now more than ever in order to bring us back once again to the greatest economy and the strongest country ever known. God bless you all, your families, and God bless the United States of America.
First Lady Melania Trump wrapping up her speech in the Rose Garden. And this concludes a night that was often pointed and sprawling in its production. It spanned from a controversial Jerusalem speech to what you saw just now in the Rose Garden. I'm Libby Casey, and this is a special report from the Washington Post on night 2 of the Republican National Convention. It came to a dramatic close there with Melania Trump, the First Lady of the United States, in one of her biggest moments in politics, despite a long life in the spotlight. It's worth noting Melania Trump is the only First Lady in American history who did not grow up speaking English. And tonight she made her remarks very personal, sharing what she called her own American dream. And she spoke of the honor she says she feels in serving the country, her sadness for the invisible enemy of COVID-19, and most of all, she urged Americans to keep fighting for her husband, Donald Trump. Well, there's a lot to unpack tonight and talk about, so I'm glad to have my colleagues with me. Eugene Scott, reporter for The Fix, who covers identity politics, Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin, and James Hohmann, national political reporter. So much for us to talk about the entire night, but Eugene, let's start with First Lady Melania Trump's speech. We really didn't know what to expect from her. This was sort of kept very closely guarded by the First Lady's tight-knit team. So what stood out to you?
Well, one interesting point I thought the First Lady made was that she used this opportunity to communicate to the American public and specifically voters what she would do if her husband was given 4 more years in the White House. We often don't hear a lot about what Melania Trump is actually doing. She's not the most visible First Lady, but she made it very clear that if she could remain in her position, she would like to focus on foster care and issues related to race relations and other topics that we haven't seen her do a lot of work in during this first term, but she seems to have some type of interest or enough interest in to have thought this through and to put forward a plan to hopefully convince voters that she could address these issues that we often don't hear her husband talking about, but that we know are ills in our society.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin. The First Lady talked about people coming together, Rhonda. She also talked about race in America.
She did, and that stood out to me. She typically hasn't really jumped in to talk of social issues, and she spent a lot of time on that actually toward the end of that speech. She mentioned that we should be proud of our evolution. And that's something that was similar to what Tim Scott said yesterday and Nikki Haley, that the Republican Party is about progress. She mentioned to not focus on the past so much, but focus on their future. She also called for looting to stop. So there was a little bit of perhaps admonishing those who've been a part of protests. But that was, speaking on social issues, I think was something that was unexpected from her. As you mentioned, we did not know what to expect. We did not get any advance copy of her speech. But she spent ample time on that. She also talked a lot about her Be Best program and what she wants to do with that moving forward. She talked about the honor of being First Lady and being able to travel and meet mothers and children. So it was certainly a speech that I think is going to be unpacked throughout the evening and the early morning to determine if it moved the needle at all. Did it help Donald Trump's cause or not?
Let's go back to Eugene for a moment. Eugene, Melania Trump spoke in I'm sure what she hopes was a moving manner about learning more about slavery, about a trip to the continent of Africa and learning more about the slave trade and being very moved by that experience.
She did. And, the reality is, despite how much information and knowledge people who have studied this topic have, there are many Americans who are just very unaware and ignorant of the basic fundamental facts related to the history of slavery in this country. But what she didn't go into detail and depth about, it's the legacy of slavery. And that's one of the topics that many Black Americans are currently talking about. When you talk about income inequality and healthcare disparities, especially related to COVID, and you talk about gaps in education in 2020, those are some of the topics that many Black Americans are most concerned about when it comes to race relations. And to no surprise, though she talked about slavery, she certainly didn't mention anything about reparations, which was more of a topic during the Democratic primary than we've heard currently. And so if she is going to make strides in addressing race relations in the event that she's given another 4 years, there's going to be a desire for her to talk about how racism exists in 2020, far more so than it existed during the beginning of the slave trade.
James Hohmann joined the conversation. What stood out to you in the First Lady's speech?
Yeah, on that point that Eugene was just making, she said these are mistakes of the past. And I do think there's been this desire not to have a real reckoning with those mistakes of the past and to kind of sweep them into the past. I think she's someone who the Trump campaign tells me they want to deploy. They want to have her doing events around the country. She has had a low profile. In some ways, they viewed this as her coming out speech that she worked on hard herself, that, you know, she is sort of outlining this agenda, which is also coming as there's been a lot of pressure internally at the White House to sort of outline what a second Trump term would look like. And we saw tonight kind of a lot of indications of what they're presenting a second term might look like that are sort of at odds with what the first term looked like. You know, a kind of a softer, gentler side. And after the last 3.5 years, it's sort of hard to imagine that's what the next 4 years would actually look like. But that's clearly what they were trying to project. You heard the First Lady talk about how her husband cares deeply. You heard Tiffany Trump talk about how, as a recent law school graduate, she can sympathize with people who are looking for jobs, which is, you know, ironic coming from the daughter of a billionaire and the daughter of a president. But that is what the Republican polling is telling them they need to do, which is to convey empathy and sympathy, and that they kind of get it and that they care amid this pandemic and recession.
Let's check in now with Joyce Koh, who joins us from in front of the White House. Joyce, both the DNC and now the RNC have had unconventional elements in them. What stood out to you tonight?
Well, I think tonight we saw President in his sort of element as a showman. And both yesterday and today, we saw him in multiple capacities in the White House. I think one of the most dramatic moments that we saw today was when he was in that pre-taped ceremony, the naturalization ceremony, where he walked through the doors and there were 5 people there becoming American citizens. And that ceremony being conducted by Chad Wolf, who President Trump nominated today to be the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security after Chad Wolf had 10 months as the acting director, a role that Democrats have criticized as being an illegal role because of the order of succession at play there. President Trump has been criticized for using the capacity of the White House in what some call an unethical manner, using federal resources and federal dollars for campaign events. And the one event that we knew about was President Trump's speech on Thursday, which is where this criticism sort of originated from. But I think one thing going into both last night and tonight's conventions was we didn't know how extensive the White House would be used as a backdrop for President Trump's campaign. And I think we saw in both nights, and I think that's one thing that we can continue to see in the future nights, is just how President Trump uses the White House as a backdrop for these campaign events. And the other 2 events that come to mind was yesterday, that round robin in the East Room with American workers, and President Trump pardoning that convicted bank robber turned activist today in the White House. Libby?
Joyce Koh, thank you so much, and we're glad that the weather held up so we can see Joyce again right there in that great position. James Hohmann, we've got to talk about the Hatch Act and where the violations are here. Now, the president is exempt from the Hatch Act, but those who serve in the administration are not. So let's start with a basic explanation of why does this even matter?
This is a Depression-era law that was designed to prevent people who have political patronage jobs, political appointees, from using their government positions and government resources to help politicians in a partisan way. And we saw a lot of that tonight. The Secretary of State, the Hatch Act does apply to. The State Department says no official resources were used to produce his speech from Jerusalem. But a lot of people internally at Foggy Bottom, a lot of former diplomats are really aghast. And I'm hearing from a lot of veterans of the Homeland Security world, the national security firmament, that are even more stunned that the Secretary or the acting Secretary of Homeland Security would do that. Also hearing, Libby, from immigrants, a lot of people whose visas have been in limbo. There are literally tens of thousands of people who have not been able to have their naturalization ceremony because of the coronavirus, and the government is refusing to do Zoom citizenship ceremonies. So there are tons of people who have been waiting in limbo for months now, kind of excited about those inspiring stories for those 5 people, but also kind of galled that the administration, after pursuing sort of a restrictionist nativist agenda for 3.5 years, is now presenting itself as super welcoming to immigrants, while all these other immigrants are not able to get in. So it's just, it's kind of, when you take everything together, I think what people will remember tonight are the pardon, the Pompeo speech, and the immigration ceremony. And it obviously Chad Wolf standing there, but the president came in, 2 uniformed Marines opened the door, Hail to the Chief is playing. You had Pompeo, who's on an official trip in Jerusalem. There's just, it's, when you put all these things together, it's just sort of staggering, the disregard for not just norms, but also the law, the Hatch Act.
Let's talk about, though, James, sort of the implications of that. We can talk about busting norms. Melania Trump was getting some laughs in the crowd when she talked about, just the way her husband is. And so you hear some Trump supporters just talk about busting norms is exactly what they like him to do. But there is this legal question, and that's, tied together with the ethical question. What recourse is there for those who have concerns, whether they're Democrats in Congress or others, about violations of the Hatch Act?
There really are not significant legal recourses. The Trump Justice Department, Bill Barr, is not going to bring charges against anyone. Kellyanne Conway kind of notoriously violated the Hatch Act by standing in the White House briefing room a couple of years ago and literally promoting Ivanka Trump's clothing line and saying the products were great and people should go buy them. You're not allowed to advocate for commercial products in your official capacity as a government employee. The Office of Special Counsel, which is separate from the Bob Mueller probe, but run by a Republican, issued a scathing report that called on the president to fire Kellyanne Conway. Conway and Trump were dismissive. There was no apology and there were no consequences or accountability. And you're right, people aren't going to vote against Donald Trump because his aides violated the Hatch Act, but it is part of a pattern of the president kind of showing, frankly, disdain for the rule of law.
Eugene Scott, James brought up such an important point regarding people waiting for their naturalization ceremonies, unable to complete that process because the federal government won't move forward over Zoom, saying that COVID is the reason that this is holding it up. We're talking thousands and thousands of people who are not able to participate in the ceremony that we saw tonight. Can you talk to us more about the context of immigration and what you thought about President Trump using a naturalization ceremony as a point of celebration and honor at the White House?
Well, a frequent criticism of the president since the day he announced his campaign back in 2015 was that he was hostile to undocumented immigration. Now, what has happened since he entered the Oval Office is that multiple policies have been put in place, often led by staffers like Stephen Miller and even Jared Kushner, that have left people with the impression that President Trump actually wants to roll back immigration in general, regardless of whether or not it's legal or not. And so I think what tonight tried to communicate, especially if you focus on the fact that those represented were incredibly diverse individuals and really accomplished individuals based on the bios that the president read, or should I say one of his staffers read, is that the president actually does want to invite more people into this country, as long as they do things legally. And it appears as long as they are coming here in ways that communicate that they will be financially independent and less dependent on the government than the president believes undocumented immigrants are. Whether or not that'll actually reframe him as someone who is more sensitive to immigrants is not likely. I mean, we also heard tonight some individuals attack Joe Biden, saying that he would not support efforts to continue building the wall that President Trump has pledged to build, and that he could also be more sympathetic to asylum seekers, something that we don't currently see right now in this current administration. So what this impact will be long-term, this ceremony it's not yet clear in terms of helping improve his reputation, and also in terms of getting more immigrants to be more sympathetic to Trump and his vision. But I do think one thing that it was, that is valuable to those of us who have not witnessed one of these processes up close, and gives us an idea of what it entails and what it's like to go from not being a citizen to becoming one.
Rhonda Colvin, let's talk about the Trump family. We talked about Melania Trump, of course, the First Lady, but let's talk about his children who spoke tonight. What were the headlines from their speeches?
Well, Eric Trump and Tiffany Trump, they spoke in ways that wasn't very biographical. It wasn't any sharing any anecdotes about their father, like what you might expect children who are greeting a convention. But they spoke more about Donald Trump stands for a certain way of life, that he represents the patriotism that his supporters want to see. And if you don't vote for him, you won't see that again. I think I remember Eric Trump made the comment that they, and I'm assuming this means Democrats, want to take away the national anthem, and they want to take a knee instead of listening to the national anthem. They want to take away the Pledge of Allegiance in schools. This was definitely more of an attack mode type of speech rather than talking about their father and characteristics that they enjoy about him, and sort of those personal moments or being character witnesses. So that sort of stood out to me, that their time was used very much for campaigning for their father.
Yeah, that's right, Rhonda. There wasn't a lot of the personal element. Oftentimes, family members are used as almost character witnesses. But we did hear an appeal from Eric Trump at the very end of his speech saying, you know, Dad, I'm talking directly to you, and trying to speak to him. You know, I understand that he was trying to reach out to his father and do that in a public way, but it did almost sound like it was his only mechanism of communication with his father.
I would hope not, but it sort of did seem that way. And he also added to that he wanted to make the recently deceased brother of Donald Trump proud, and he wanted to make sure they had another 4 years for their uncle. So that was a personal element that he did add there on the end. But you're right, there does appear to be a little bit of disconnect from Eric Trump, who works more on the Trump Organization side, versus his brother, who is a very strong advocate and surrogate on the campaign trail for his father.
James Hohmann, I'd love to hear your perspective on what we heard from the Trump children, if it was in line with what you expected. And also, let's talk about Eric Trump and some of his challenges right now.
Yeah, so there's a lot of talk about they and them. You know, Tiffany Trump is someone we hadn't heard from really at all publicly since 2016, but Eric Trump has been the official day-to-day chief executive of the Trump Organization, at least on paper. He has refused to comply with a subpoena for a deposition and for documents from the New York Attorney General, who's been investigating for 18 months the Trump Organization artificially inflating the prices of some of its assets to get loans off of them from bankers. He's very tied into that. He's not as political as his brother, Don Jr., who we heard from yesterday, but he's definitely, they're eager to throw the red meat. It was, kind of, Rhonda's point is great. It was jarring to hear Tiffany Trump talk about opportunity zones and various things that, you don't think of her as a policy person. But again, that's part of the idea that they're trying to articulate that there's some kind of vision. What was striking, I will say, is that Pam Bondi spoke immediately before Tiffany Trump, and she's the former Florida Attorney General. She was one of the president's defense attorneys during the Senate impeachment trial. Her entire speech was a criticism of nepotism, and it was a criticism of Hunter Biden and his work in Ukraine. She was trying to describe the former vice president as corrupt, and she laced pretty hard into Hunter Biden, who we did hear from last Thursday night, who introduced his dad as the strongest shoulder you could ever lean on. But notably, Democrats last week very deliberately avoided criticizing Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron. They kind of tried to keep the kids off the table, partly because of the vulnerability that they feel from attacks over Hunter Biden, who struggled with drug addiction and other problems. But it was a real contrast that Pam Bondi and others had been willing to mention Hunter Biden. And we know that Rudy Giuliani, when he speaks to the convention, also plans to, again, lace into the Democrats' child.
But James, you know, hearing Pam Bondi speak, you wouldn't necessarily know that President Trump had been impeached in the House.
I was surprised by that. You know, the Democrats did not mention impeachment at all. The only oblique reference to impeachment during last week's proceedings was that Marie Yovanovitch, the recalled ambassador to Ukraine, who testified during the impeachment proceedings, had a very brief cameo in a video with a bunch of other national security heavyweights endorsing Biden, saying allies will take him at his word. But no speaker, including Nancy Pelosi, anyone else, mentioned impeachment. And it was notable. I fully expected Pam Bondi to say Democrats were focused on trying to impeach the president rather than governing, but instead she just focused on kind of trying to play offense, trying to make the case. And I guess the strategy there is to not draw attention to the abuse of power allegations against the president.
We really did spend all those hours, though, James, covering the impeachment process, right?
We really did.
I didn't imagine that.
It didn't. It feels like forever ago, but it was this year.
I know. So much news has happened since then. You know, I want to put a fine point, though, on what you were saying, James, that Pam Bondi spoke criticizing nepotism, and the speaker right after that was Tiffany Trump.
Right. And then Eric.
And then Eric Trump. Well, hold on a second, James. We're going to go to a quick break. Please stay with us. We'll be right back with a preview of what's to come tomorrow night.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is a Washington Post special report on the Republican National Convention. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm with you tonight from our newsroom. With me this evening, Eugene Scott, reporter for The Fix, Capitol Hill reporter Rhonda Colvin, and James Hohmann, national political reporter. Eugene, let's talk about the coronavirus. You know, Melania Trump did acknowledge the coronavirus, and she did express sort of empathy for those, or sympathy really, for those who are dealing with it. She says, I know many people feel anxious. They may even feel helpless. She talked about her husband fighting for a vaccine until everyone has access to it. But we didn't hear much else about the coronavirus except from Larry Kudlow.
Indeed. And what we heard was that the president has things under control. And if that is true, that's news to most Americans. What has not been revealed from this White House is a national plan and strategy to combat coronavirus, which is why we have seen an increase in the number of deaths and cases in America. And we are in fact, #1 in the country in terms of those infected. Coronavirus and the handling of it, it's largely viewed as a failure of this administration. But the response we got tonight from those closest to the president would lead you to believe that things were very successful. And that, quite frankly, was very insulting to many individuals that I spoke with via text and followed on social media who were listening. I know one viewer I was speaking to specifically said that speaking about COVID as if it's past tense is incredibly insulting to people like this viewer who has lost her job, who is homeschooling her child now, and who's also trying to figure out how to stay healthy amid a national pandemic.
You know, Eugene, as you're sort of implying by the comment you just shared with us, Larry Kudlow, the president's chief economic advisor, did indeed refer to coronavirus in the past tense. I mean, he talked about it as though it was a done deal. It was something from the past. The impacts were tragic. It was awful.
Absolutely, as if things are over and as if we're moving forward. If that were the case, I would be doing this hit with you in the studio and not my home. But the reality is that many people have seen their lives permanently changed, quite frankly. This is not going to be temporary for many people in many ways. And in one of the ways that has been revealed already, quite frankly, is the economy. We saw Kudlow give numbers and spin how well the economy was doing that aren't supported by the fact. We're seeing losses of jobs in numbers comparable to the Great Recession, and not a lot of changes in that. And the changes that have happened have been quite uneven. We have seen some bounces in the 401ks and investments for more affluent Americans, but the reality is that many Americans, maybe maybe even most, do not have 401ks. And those who did, many of those who did are no longer working right now, and therefore aren't seeing the types of results that you would see in a healthy economy.
Thanks, Eugene Scott. Let's check in now with Joyce Koh one more time tonight. Joyce, what can we expect to see tomorrow on night 3?
Well, Libby, tomorrow night's theme of the convention will be Land of Heroes. Tomorrow we can expect to hear from Vice President Mike Pence, who will be speaking from Fort McHenry in Baltimore. Second Lady Karen Pence will also be addressing the convention as well. We'll be hearing from Iowa Senator Joni Ernst, whose seat will be on the line in November, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, Trump's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, and we'll also be hearing from Counselor to the President, Kellyanne Conway. Now, our colleague Ashley Parker broke the story on Sunday night that Conway would be resigning at the end of the month, leaving a position that she has had for a while now, with President Trump being one of his longest serving senior aides. So I think that is one of the speeches that people will be really tuning into tomorrow night.
Great,
Libby?
Joyce Koh, thank you, and we will see you again tomorrow right outside of the White House. Well, what a full night of headlines, emotion, and division. I'd like to thank my guests for being with me tonight, Joyce Koh, as well as Eugene Scott, Rhonda Colvin, and James Hohmann. Thanks so much to all of you for staying up late with us. It's great to be with you as always. And thank you to all of our viewers at home. We'll be back here tomorrow night for the third night of the Republican National Convention. Our live coverage starts at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so take a moment, hit subscribe wherever you're watching, and we'll continue to bring you all the news and latest headlines. I'm Libby Casey. Have a good night.